Hello, hello. Hold on, I believe that's not the right chatties. Oh, maybe I fix this thing. One of these days I'll actually fix it. One of these days. All right, hold on. I can get a chat dialogue up here. We can do it. And Stream Manager. Hello. Ooh, how we doing? How we doing? Tim Tams, first every time lately. Collector, Katie, hi guys. Hey Turbo. How's everyone doing? Hello Blue Wings, welcome in. How are we all? Let me get some music going. Let me get some music. Yesterday's music was a vibe. Should we stick with that or mix it up? I feel like we mix it up a little. Yeah, this is probably a vibe. That's probably a vibe. That's a thing. How is everyone? I'm just gonna finish a little bit of dinner before we get stuck in. Have a bit to munch on, a bit of foodies. And then we get started. Hello Snolzy, welcome. Good to see you. Sorry, my hands are full right now. I can't drive keyboards. I'm just munching on stuff. How are we all? Cool hoodie? Thanks. Fast got this for me. It's a Team Liquid one. There we go. Every time, Snolzy, every time. So excited. I'm just having some chimkin. It's the last little bit of my dinner. And then we can really get locked in. And we can really get locked in. Just realizing I forgot something. Late foods, yeah. Yep. That's not that late foods. That's a little bit late foods. 8 o'clock, it's late-ish. Late-ish. It's not too bad. This is, considering how busy today was, I did actually, I feel like this is actually a good start, an early start to the stream. Especially with just like so crazy busy. Got some cool things on the go. And I've been, hold on. There's an issue here, but I'm being properly informed of said issue. Okay, there we go. So, check it out. Check what I can do now. Blink is working quite well. Have a look. I'm able to do this. I can essentially say, hey, here's a model. Generate me a 3D model. This is my prompt. Use the base Blink CLI to generate this image from every different perspective, then use those images with base Blink CLI to make a 3D model. This is the thing we're doing, and it's working. It's kicking on here, and we can see the image goes up, and then we're going to see this generate from all the different perspectives. And then from there, after that, we're going to wind up with a 3D model after that as well, which is fucking awesome. Which is freaking awesome. I mean, you can see the inputs to a different run here, and the output being a you know, it's going to be a 3D model. Next time, we'll have a full 3D model we can actually see in the tool too, which I'm very, very excited about if we think about it. But that thing can just kick on, and now I can do it all, literally in about, I don't know, when was the first commit on this project? On the 2nd. On Saturday. On Saturday, I started building this, and now by Tuesday, I have a system that can just make models for me, and it will be able to do so much more down the line as well. Absolutely crazy what this thing's going to be capable of. It's going to be so capable. It's going to be able to orchestrate everything. Really great. Mm-hmm. Isn't that cool? Oh yeah, I guess so. Whenever I watch your streams, I always think it's gone midnight for you. No, yeah. No, it's not that late here. It's not that late. But this is working ridiculously well, guys. Chat just we're just gonna watch one happen while I eat, so you can see the brilliance of this new system. He's got that Melbourne drip. It's just fast as Team Liquid hoodie. I really like it. I guess it's my Team Liquid hoodie now. She assures me it's a very limited edition special thing, but everything she has is special limited edition. Look at it, guys. It's just doing it. It's just working. It's just doing work. And here I am, eating my food. And the thing that we made is orchestrating this entire long process that used to take me hours. It used to take me hours. I like this music, by the way. Yeah, it's good, Turbo. Do you want the link? Hold on. This is by Rival Consoles. I really like these guys. I don't actually even want the album link. I want the copy link to song. Here you go, Turbo. All right, it's kicking on. It's going through the process. We're about halfway. So we were able to give it remember we went through the process of doing this huge revamp, guys, of all the different folders. No, not all the different folders, all the different characters to get new character styles that we're going to animate better. It's like this step, right? This whole thing where it was going to take forever for us to go and redo all of these. I was just I was not looking forward to it. I just knew how long it was going to take. And I was like, all right, screw it. I'm going to go do, I'm going to automate it. And now it's automated. But not only that, Boxer, it's not as simple as GPT do stuff. It's a matter of it's doing stuff in very, very clever ways that we never had to, the ways that we were doing it. It's like driving web browsers. It's pulling data and unpacking it and transforming file formats. It's like literally all the stuff that I used to do for an image. Yeah, and the software is, I mean, it's pretty sweet. I'm quite confident this needs to be open sourced. I feel as though Boxer, it's not just that it's a brave new world. It's like, I feel like I'm on the forefront. I'm on the forefront of, the, pushing it forward. A pioneer. All right, how's it progressing? Vibe wave, riding it? Yeah. Yep. Who knew? Who knew that we would be in such a weird, wonderful world? And yet here we are. Okay, so there's some things I'd like to do to Blink still. I think I don't like the whole Windows Forms heading. That might be one cool thing that we can fix up. But I do want to stay focused on, while this is working, I want to stay focused on the real main quest, which is this. It's our damage system. They used to tell me I'd never have a calculator in my pocket for math. No, I have don't worry about your cell phone being, don't worry about your cell phone calculator being in your pocket with your cell phone. Now we've got like a god in our pocket that knows everything. We've got omnipotence in our pocket. And omnipotence is able to do everything. Omniscience as well. Omniscience and omnipotence. It really is wild. What a world. All right. So what we're doing with this prompt, and it's been going for look at the questions. Look at the number of questions. So I did a really, really detailed design document here, guys, where in that design document, it's got a lot of the implementation details of the combat system. And so now I'm fleshing it out into an implementation plan. So as you can see, I've been working on this thread on and off, coming to it and clarifying questions and asking more questions for 17 hours. There's been 17 hours of active engineering that's taken place in this thread. So 3 questions, 5 questions, 3 questions, 3 questions, 3 questions, 3 questions. There's a lot of back and forth. So I know the engineering process for this, it's extensive. It's extensive. And this is all just for the physics and the damage system. The physics related damage is what I'm chipping away at right now. So let's continue on that. What is the initial body zone damage multipliers we should use? Mild spread. Strong spread. I feel strong spread. How should the fist/blunt impact damage be split by default? It is stamina heavy, as we said in the document. How should sharp impact damage split by default? Health heavy. Okay, light hits are stamina, heavy hits are health. This is an interesting approach I hadn't even considered. So the question, the damage system, by the way, guys, the way that it's going to be working is there's a few types of damage. There's blunt damage and sharp damage. We went over the math related to the damage system yesterday. So math is going to be the force of the object multiplied by its mass and acceleration are going to be key factors in delivering the actual damage. So the force, mass, and acceleration are factors, and then the shape of the object, the sharpness of the object is going to affect things. I think you guys have heard me talk a lot about the stamina system. So the stamina system is this like you have stamina at any given point in time, and when you are hit by a blunt object, it affects your stamina. If your stamina goes below a threshold, you lose consciousness. And I'm also probably going to use the active ragdoll system to, in a small threshold near the unconsciousness, as your vision begins to blur, we're going to make the character a lot more wobbly than they would otherwise be. So when you're fighting someone with blunt objects, like a club, for instance, you can beat them into unconsciousness, essentially, and then you can drag them to the gallows. That's the plan for it, to actually get to their health. And then every time they get knocked out, they'll stay unconscious even longer, and you'll recover from unconsciousness. So that's kind of the implementation plan. And can I beat Dev's character? You absolutely can do that. Yes. It's going to be pretty hard since monsters are going to have a lot more health. They're going to be a lot more stamina resistant. Basically, in a fight, a monster's going to beat you. So you want to try and make sure that it'll take a little while for them to do it though. So you want to stay in public places so that you don't get isolated alone with a monster. I will find a way. I believe you, Gamosaurus. The question here, because I've classified sharp objects and blunt objects as different kind of damage, it's asking a kind of insightful question. What if you hit somebody softly with a sharp object? Should it do health damage? Or should it do stamina damage? And it's an interesting question. It's a really interesting one. I might actually be inclined to lean on. Let's see. I might be inclined to lean on just sharp damage, but it would be small sharp damage. So health primary, I think. We could also go force dependent though. Light sharp hits are stamina and hard clean hits are health. It's an approach I haven't even considered. Like if you hit someone softly with a sword, I think health primary. Because sharp objects are going to be quite rare. The idea is that when people make a sharp object, it's going to take a fair while to do. Okay, so another weapon that I need is let's skip ahead to this while it's doing its thinking. We'll come back to it. Oh, weird. Okay, that one's done. Good that we can put that out of mind. So here, let's upload an image of our existing sword. Turn this real sword into a wooden sword. What about monsters with fists versus civilians with the best weapons? Then I think it's going to be a very good fight. The idea is monsters scale up in strength as time goes on. Monsters start as weak, right? Initially, going into monster mode, the monsters are not going to be very strong. It's going to be a fair fight with fists between one-on-one monsters and villagers initially, right? So the monsters have to escape detection until they're strong enough to win. On the other hand, the villagers, like a villager with a sword, with the best sword, might be able to fight well. It won't exactly be even. They'll still be at a bit of a disadvantage, but they'll fight quite well against a they'll fight quite well against an equipped monster, like not like a normal monster, right? So the idea is the villagers have to work together to get things like sharp weapons that they can use to fight, right? And then even then, a smart monster is going to pick the person they attack. They're not just going to attack a person with a sword. They're going to attack the weak ones first, right? Because one with a sword and one like basically armed villager, or even an unarmed villager, might have a good chance against the monster. The idea is that the monster's strategy needs to be to isolate people to beat them one-on-one, where so if the streamer characters are always monsters, how's this going to work? Or does the character just get a unique monster if they get selected as the monster? So streamers aren't always going to be monsters. Streamers are going to be just like any other player. It's just that the streamers are always going to have access to their monster as an option to be a monster if they get selected to be a monster. So monsters are still just optional. Streamers aren't always going to be monsters. That's the short answer to it, Gamosaurus Rex. Okay. Turn this into a real wooden sword. Make it appear a little bit more makeshift rather than so well defined. How's Blink coming along? Ooh, it finished! Look at all the angles, chat! Look at all the angles! We're working all the angles. Let's go look at our artifacts. Now that's a nice turnaround. Look at that. Look at that. That's all the angles. How good's this? All right. Next step. Has it started yet? No. Where is it? Where's the next phase? Did it? Did it stop at a point? Hold on. Once the extension controller is connected, let me just check that it is. We're gonna go like that. Where is my music? Where's my music? Please, Spotify, please. I need the beats. There we go. Hello, Goldie. We are good today. Our tool is really starting to work. It seems as though the extension is connected. Let's resume. Okay. How's our sword coming? Change the shape of the handle and haft and blade while keeping the silhouette of the sword. Is it called the crossguard? Make it look a little less refined and more makeshift. Crossguard. Yes, yes. Okay. Those training swords are going to be fun because they're going to look like weapons, but they're also going to be they're going to look like swords, but they'll be blunt. And I reckon putting these in putting these in the mace with the mace with the chain is going to be really fun too. We should probably design something like that so that as you attack, there's like a macy thing flailing around. Though I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we put that in? And if you attack crazy like and the ball hits you, it damages you. I think that could be a thing. I don't mind that. Okay, so change the appearance of this so that it change this into a low poly 3D model. And then I reckon that's next. All right, it's underway. Good, good, good. All right, surely there's more questions. Damage. Let's get on it. Okay. How much multiplayer room coverage should the first damage implementation target? Yeah, we're not gonna mess around with this not being multiplayer from the get-go. Yeah. Okay, how should the hit VFX be synchronized in multiplayer host hit events? If network latency makes a hit borderline, which side should the... Now, this is a huge decision. This one particular decision is huge. And why is because if we go and we say host truth, now it becomes way harder to hack. And I don't mean hacking with a sword. I mean the kind of hackers with keyboards. But if we, on the other hand, make it so that the attacker is favored, which I think we should do, then it'll be easier to hack and feel more responsive. It'll feel much more responsive for the player. And I think we made a decision pretty early in this that although it was a competitive game, we weren't going to try and cater to like anti-cheat. If somebody's going to cheat, cheater's going to cheat. They're only really robbing themselves and their friends of the fun. And it needs to feel good for the maximum number of players. So we were always going to say, and this was a big thing, and it probably shouldn't have even asked this because we put in our design document that we're going to favor the player experience over, the host authority. So this one is attacker favored, but it's a big decision. It's a big decision because this is now going to go and shape the way that combat actually works. I think it's really important that you feel like you got the shot when you got the shot. If you hit him in the head and you saw your sword hit him in the head, then everybody should see that. Which means it's easier for somebody to go and hack and say, like, I hit him in the head. And even if he didn't, if some hacker has gone and changed the code to say, I ran around headshotting everyone, now he's going to be treated as correct. But at the same time, we can always move this to host authoritative if that becomes a big problem. And on the other hand, the win here by making that decision is that as it feels fair. The game feels fair. When you as a player land a good hit, you get your hit. Okay, how should attacker favored host resolution work? Host keeps short recent combat snapshots and resolves hit candidates against the target state near the attacker's sample. Attacker client report candidate hits. Attacker clients report candidate hits and the host validates them loosely before applying damage. I think this is going to be the one. I don't know why it's recommending this one, as it's really complicated. Host keeps short recent combat snapshots and resolves hit candidates against the target state near the attacker's sample time. So what it's saying is it simulates the attacker, it simulates and records the motion of players all of the time to have a little window in which things can be replayed. The attacker says he does something at the time. It tells the attacker immediately if on his end he gets the hit, he gets the hit immediately. It simulates it on the host, and then it checks the attacker's reported position and validates it to see if where they were at the time when they said it hit happened. It's a good system. It's a good system, but I'm tempted to go attacker reports. This is just so complicated. Attacker, host, rewind, preferred, but seems very high complexity. For this reason, attacker reports might be the more realistic way forward. If host rewind is clear and easy to implement without huge changes to architecture and large increases in complexity, it should be chosen. Otherwise, attacker reports is acceptable. Okay. What should host all rooms mean for damage simulation? Okay. Host simulates only rooms with multiple players for active combat relevant objects. I mean, that's smart. Host maintains lightweight combat bodies, zones, items for all active rooms separate from local visualization, materialization. Full player and item scenes for every active room, even if not visible locally. This one's a big decision as well. The question here is, when players are running around and engaging in combat when the host isn't there, the host doesn't have the objects like loaded in. Attacker reports equals hacker man. The boxer, what do you mean? What do you mean? Attacker reports. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, hacker man's, exactly. Somebody who's like reverse engineered the system, understands how it works, can inject their own code that does something different from what I want the game to do. That's attacker reports, as in attacker there doesn't mean the hacker man's reports. It means the person who swung the weapon in combat, though. But in terms of the exploitation, that would be the attacker in there. But yeah. Ooh. Look what's nearly done. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, what should host all rooms mean for damage simulation? Okay, Host maintains lightweight combat bodies, zones, and items for all active rooms, separate from local visualization materialization. I think... This is I think combat sim only. Because we'll have attackable objects that aren't players. So that player room one, although it seems smart, would have been a really big red herring. Like, it would have gone in a bad direction. Favor field, but reject. Yeah, this is essentially what the design document says to do. Favor field, but reject impossible timestamps, distances, speeds, sources. Okay. One moment, guys. Very sorry. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, that sword's looking quite good. Quite good. We can good on that one. I like that. I like that. Club, cleaver, training sword. Training sword. I fully expected to see our 3D model here. And yet, we do not see our 3D model. Quick question there, then. Okay. When did that... I mean, it could be the case that we failed to rerun it. Maybe that was our silly mistake. All right, we'll do this for the next one. So to do that, we're going to go plugins. We're going to open our plugins up, copy the full path here, get rid of this, install that, uninstall this. I don't know why we did that. We didn't need to do that. And then that goes there. Install, excellent. Make sure our other systems are all good to go. And then rerun that. Okay. Inflatable sword boops. I actually love that idea, Boxer. Inflatable sword would be really funny. The thing about an inflatable sword, though, is we didn't have balloons in medieval times. We didn't have swords in medieval times. We could do maybe like a sword wrapped in pillows or something. Because that the basic idea I like. The basic idea I like a lot. Okay, so we do have our run now. We've got our run finished. Although it doesn't have our 3D model, which I was totally expecting. This is enough to, if we go art, oh wait, is this new behavior? Holy crap, that's new behavior from Windows Explorer. It shows like your whole tree history to the left, which is actually hella handy. I actually love that. I actually really like that. That's super handy. Nice. All right. Cool. This is Farmer V2. Extracto. Load character. Farmer. Let's get on it. Force symmetry. Rigger body. Fluff everywhere. Yeah, that could be really cool. Star Wars Day was yesterday. True. Microsoft released some quality of life updates for Explorer recently after the internet lost their mind that it was slower than XP. Yeah. I think that's valid. That's a valid mind loss. Can I do this with... Like, surely I can pull in the frickin' textures here. Very annoying that it's not there. Okay, new farmer, guys. New farmer. You all excited? I'm excited. You better be excited about this. This is going to be so fun. It's going to be a good, better character. Only thing I'm really seeing is his toes are off. Otherwise, this might be a good base for our rig. His toes are really off. I hate that this has no Control Z. If you accidentally click something, no undoing. They can make this hella sophisticated software, but they can't control, like... They can't control... My brain can't do the 3D controls in this program today for some reason. Okay, it needs to go a bit further back. Hips need to go there. This needs to go there. I already know that that needs to go out there. Collarbone here. All right, let's see how he moves. Agrotroll, I've been DIYing a lot of it. So the only tool that I use Agrotroll is actually GPT. That's the only thing I pay for. I don't pay for anything else. But that does mean, like, it's a hard path. It's a hard path to do that. Oh, no. He has back thumbs. He's got back thumbs, chat. He's got thumbs in the back of his hands. He's got the back thumbs. We didn't vet that. We didn't vet that. Yeah, no, Turbo. That's the answer. I have one subscription to GPT. That's it. Yeah, back thumbs. Now he can punch in all directions. We might need to do him again just because of that. Because otherwise, he's looking pretty good. I mean, that's a good rig. Ah, that's annoying. All right. He goes. Farmer V2 gone. Unfortunate. Okay, so unfortunately, this generated the character with thumbs on the backside of his hand. Both sides of his hand. Let's run the process again. But this time, pay special attention to make sure that the hands are right. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Claws. Odd superpower. It's the back thumb. That's how you tell they're monsters, guys, because they have like thumbs on both ends of their hands. Only one I paid for was 100 a year GitHub Copilot, but that's coming to an end now. Yeah. He can be a Ninja Turtle. He could be a Ninja Turtle, but we don't want him to be a Ninja Turtle. So, most seems to get you without even trying. Hold on. I think that... Oh! Damn! Yeah. Why did it not go off? I've said that word a few times. Have I said that word? Maybe I'm making mistakes and I missed it, but... Okay, where are we? Sebo, I heard that LTT's WAN show? On LTT's WAN show, Wide Area Network, WAN. Okay, that Microsoft is redesigning File Explorer because the competitor, a programmer from Croatia, made a better version of File Explorer. Yeah, there's much better versions out there. Do you remember what the name of that one is, Sergius? Because I'm down to try a different one. I don't really like File Explorer, and we use it a lot. So, there's been third-party alternatives that were superior since Windows 95. So yeah. Now you get thumbs on the right hand. True dat. We get thumbs on both hands. Yol Win Commander. Yeah, that was a good one. But I don't know what's good for the most recent one. He's not allowed to say... I'm going to say it just to make sure it's working. He's not allowed to say AI, otherwise it accumulates his swear jar. Oh, it did work. I just hadn't said it yet. I actually did a good job. Look at me. Look at me, guys. I was... not saying the right things. Why did it still... it's just one shot. It's the one damn shot. Let's go look at the artifacts. I bet it's like everything's good except for... Where's the last run? Perspective sequence. Fine. That's the culprit. That one right there. Just this one image threw it off. The rest are all good. Like even that one's good. The top and bottom are good, but there's one that was like, yes, these are fists. Fists have thumbs. I think I want to change the UI to emphasize the artifacts more and the rest of the content less. All right, let's just check because it seems as though we should be okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, it's off. Maybe we do that. Maybe we spend a bit of time to get a Windows Explorer alternative because I mean, what's it actually called? The file manager. Funny that the improvement they made prompts us to like look for an alternative. What are the best alternatives to the file manager? What are the best alternatives to the file manager in Windows? And then while this is kicking on, what's the next best thing to do? Oh, there was a prop that we made but didn't catalog. And that is... No, not this. Yeah, that's the one. The front image that needs to go in here. All right, now we've got two in the scene. Yo, Snapper Zaf, good man, doing good. Good to see you back here. Are you doing multi-view mesh generation from them? Could it double up on images for a better result in case one of them is bad? Could it have double up on images? No, I think the images all came through fine. Those were the right images, and I am doing a multi-view. I think the generations work if you supply it with lots and lots of reference images. And so this system that generates the like all the different rotations, it's just, yeah, that's essentially just a clever prompt with GPT. Essentially, is GPT prompting right to get all those different perspectives. Yeah. I'm doing good, Snapper Zav. I am doing good. Good to see you getting active in the community, like joining the Discord and stuff like that, man. It's like, I appreciate it. I really do. Okay, do we need more of this? No. Every time we are blocked on something, we should be coming back this time to... We're coming back to answering questions here. In this one. Okay. Your Discord is pretty quiet though. Yeah. I think I don't put enough time into maintaining it. I'm not in there that often, and I really should be. I should be in there like pushing it forward, trying to get it trying to get it more successful. Okay, how should attacker favorite hit resolution work? This is a big one. I think, didn't I just give it a lengthy solution here? Host rewind is preferred, but attacker reports is acceptable. Attacker Rewind is probably a very complicated, sophisticated implementation with a large footprint on the project and a very large increased complexity to implement. If a solution could be found that isn't a drastically large scope and a huge complexity jump in the code base, then it would be acceptable. Otherwise, attacker reports is fine. Okay, we answered all of these. I'm sure we did. What should host all rooms mean for damage simulation? And we did that option. And how strict should the validation be against bad client hit data? Favor field, but reject impossible timestamps, distances. Yep, that's fine. Okay. That might be a good middle ground. Which will work for us. It will work for us. I thought we'd answered those questions, though. Pretty weird. Sergius, what's filepilot.tech? Okay. Is this the one that's being worked on by the guy that streams it? Is this the guy that's making this? I think this might have been the guy that... and it's Windows. All right. I don't like that it has a pricing button here. Oh yeah, see, I hate this. I don't like this. Yeah, it's a bit yikes. Snapazev, are you doing the magic again? The magic is happening right now, right here in the background. It's kicking on. It's generating a bunch of turnarounds and it's going to generate art from it. Let's just inspect. It got the fists right this time, which is great. The tool is really coming along, Snapazev. It's pretty freaking awesome. I'm absolutely loving it. It's saving a huge amount of time. Okay, should we do this even though it's not going to be free indefinitely? If it's really good, I don't mind buying it. What makes us say that this one is the one? That's what I need to know. This is FilePilot. Does it come up here in the recommended lists? Not necessarily. I don't want to pay anything for my file manager. Filter this to just the free options. I stream, and so the file manager will be on screen. It's important that look and feel is considered and customizable. I stream, and so the look and feel of the application. Hello? I stream, and so the look and feel of the application needs to be configurable. Refilter the list considering these variables. All right. All right, nice. I did my magic stuff yesterday. Worked a whole day on the newest page. Oh, yo, cool for your comic. Hell yeah, man. That's very cool. Very cool. At least it's perpetual. But it doesn't say it includes updates. Very true. Very true. I mean, it would be cool. It would be cool to. I mean, I don't know about like. I mean, supports multiple tabs and that's nice, but like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This isn't even what I necessarily have in mind, so. Okay, please include links to the websites for each of these. Was that the one that we... No, these are all different. How is this any different from Windows' one? Is anyone else getting this since the new Chrome update? Where it just keeps telling you that it wants to access stuff, and it's like... I honestly can't tell the difference. Chrome has tabs. Sorry, File Explorer has tabs. I can add tabs here. Is this just what Windows uses? Where's the difference? What's the difference here, guys? Except for a tiny modification in the bar. It already does that, yeah. I don't want... I don't want cloud file integrations. We already have tabs. I don't care so much about the layouts. I don't understand. I don't want Git in my file manager. I mean, the personalizations may be nice, but I'm not really feeling it. I'm not really into this. All right, this one's completed, but did it not like the result? Okay, the hand looks usable. The side and 3/4 images show rounded fists forming show rounded fist forms rather than thumbs on both sides. Oh, look at that. Now that's cool. Now that's cool, guys. This is like, I didn't even expect this. It's kind of decided that some of the images aren't good enough. And it's doing it again. It's doing its own quality control. It's doing its own quality control. Very cool. Fantastic. That's so cool. All right. I don't know. That's kind of scary cool. Hello, why is this? What does this mean? Chrome is constantly showing me this lately. What does it mean? Click block and it won't come up again. I think this might be... This might be related to what we're working on with... I think this might be Blink. I put some code in that lets it check all the running tabs to try and identify the tab that it, so it can resume a session that's a work in progress. So I suspect it might be related to, I think we can just ignore it like that. This one might be more my vibe. This one might be more my vibe, guys. Yeah, this could be the one. Free for home use. This is the one, I think. I do not accept your cookies. I can't imagine this. Oh my God. This is Windows 95. No thank you. No thank you, sir. Multi-commander. This is also a giant nope. We found it, guys. One commander. Looks like the one to try. Okay, ultra fast performance. Dual pane tabbing. Miller columns navigation. Nice. File previews. Theme engine. What more could I want? What more could I want, guys? It has a portable version. It's got WinGet. It's got WinGet. We like it. We like it, chat. Let's run it. Oh my God, did I miss streaks? 85 stream streak from Rue before. I actually did completely miss that at the start of the stream, and I'm sorry, Lucario. I missed yours as well. Thank you for the incredible 85 stream streak. That is actually wild. I do appreciate it so much. That's next level, guys. I'm sorry I missed them. It's important to me that I see them. I appreciate you all for tuning in so many times. No problem. I believe Seb is playing the entire album. Very cool stuff. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Did someone ask for being able to swap branches from the File Explorer is pretty cool? I don't know, Ragathan. I feel like Git is Git. Git is Git, and file exploring is file exploring, and those two don't necessarily belong overlapped with one another. I mean, already using a client instead of the CLI, I feel like is a stretch too far for Git. How's this kicking along? Going well. All right, ready? We're going to try and open a file explorer. That did not work. Let's go read the docs. User's manual, please. Yes. Installing. All right. Opening for the first time. All right, let's open it. That one. Ooh. Ooh, international. That's nice. That's nice. We can actually see megabytes in like 1,000 kilobytes. That is handy. We will use that. Did they make their own custom installer? I actually kind of dig that. They have their own custom installer, guys. All right, here we go. You know what? I'm digging it. We have to change Windows key E. Okay. The one thing I really want is I don't want Windows key Alt E. Pressing one of the above hotkeys from any program should switch the virtual desktop where one command is open. Do that. Yep. If a program has a window open, double-clicking it should. Is it going to make me relearn this? I just want Windows key E. All right, we'll try it. I don't like that. All right, it's fine. It's fine. We'll deal. All right, let's pin this so that we keep it around. How do we do that? There's a little scripts thing. That's kind of cool. And we can like check it. That's quite cool that we can drill down to see like the folders down the paths. That's quite nice. All right. Let's try this for a hot minute. Let's try that for a hot minute. And this is nice. I like this. I really like this. What else do we end up going a lot? We end up going there a lot. I guess we go to downloads a lot, but that's already here. Maybe we put that right down there. All right, nice. We tried a new thing. We tried a new thing, guys. But it's not working. I can bring this up, but if I do their shortcut, there's a colliding shortcut with, what the hell's that? Oh, that's a shortcut with terminal? Okay, the shortcut for the application is not working. That kind of sucks. What was it called? God, what was it called? Shouldn't have closed the window yet. One Commander. Kind of cheesy. Do you use PowerToys or Auto Hotkey? Yeah, no, I know you can install that. I've not installed that dgen. I try and usually avoid installing things, but I think in this case I actually just use it a lot. So, and I am getting annoyed with the old one for various reasons. So I've made an exception for try and keep the environment light. That said, honestly, this environment is getting pretty complicated. The more I'm here streaming, I'm starting to care about not just function, but form as well. Like how good it looks on screen. And then how quick it makes me like operate. There's so many different like considerations now, but okay, one more time. Where's my shortcuts? Windows. We could try like Control Windows E. It's not working. Your shortcuts are not working. Windows key Control E. Does it have to be pressed in an order? That's not working either. Nah, I think I liked what I had. File Automator? Tell me more. All right, let's just get this thing working. Control Windows key E. Maybe it just needs a restart. I mean, there we go. That's actually the... I guess it's now working, but it's working with the wrong shortcut. It's not working with the... whatever. It's fine. It's working. We can use it. Okay, how's that going? Back to the matter of most importance. That was a bit of a side quest, for sure. Next thing. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, chat. Look at that. Generated and fists fixed. And the 3D model viewer is working. The 3D model viewer is working as well. Is that not so fucking sick? Copilot really wants to delete your database? I know, like, look at it, dude. And now I don't even like... I'm pretty sure... Now I can just be like, all right, done. Artifacts, model assets, and here it is. Here it is. So that's fantastic. Now that can, and I just hit Windows key E out of reflex. Maybe I do need to auto hotkey this thing. Did I? No. The File Explorer opened this. I think we're just going to wind up having to deal with File Explorer. There's not a good way to override the way that the system even handles this type of stuff. I mean, it's a cool idea to have this thing, but if it can't override some of the basic functions of Windows, then we're kind of like, we're in trouble. But this is actually fucking amazing. Now we can generate our model and view it all inside of here without having to worry about anything else, which is huge. The next thing I think I would like to do on this system, I could make this remote execute. So we have one computer dedicated to just running all of these workflows, and then we see it here. Already it's happening over a bridge. The only thing I think is going to get really complicated with this is moving the files around. But already pretty fucking awesome that we can just do this. For me, this model looks different from the others. Yeah, it's being rendered differently at the moment. That's going to be a big factor, Dragihan. Trust me, once it gets into the engine, it's going to look fairly similar. So before we move on to the next thing, let's do this. So we've got let's do this. We've got, we had a new sword that we put in our downloads. Oh, we didn't put it down in downloads. It's sitting somewhere in GPT still. Where are we? Oh, guys, that's actually excellent. Where's the sword that we did? There it is. This is the next thing to... Should we keep going with characters or items? Maybe characters. Maybe characters. Or items. I don't know. Characters or items. Which one? We could take a quick detour to do... I mean, the ones that need work still are... I think all those still need doing. There are some that might just be okay. I think for the sake of the hands, those need doing. So there is a lot of characters to redo. You could just have a file watcher shuffle the files over as they appear. You mean the which files are you referring to, Ragathan? You mean something that moves them into the project as they appear, with the AI at the end of the AI pipeline? Because already we can definitely do that. Yeah. No, it can already do that. I could have told it to place the files in the right location and rename them, and that would just be like a matter of adding a little bit to our prompt. I don't want to do that yet because I want to process the files through our rigging system. The next thing I want to do is like rig them, and then yeah. I mean, this sword, probably we should put the sword in. I want to focus on the damage systems. So the damage systems come next, and then the characters, making sure all the characters are in. I think I'll keep moving on the characters. That might be the thing to do. And we'll go with this one. So Repeat the same process for this next character. Okay. All right, done. Oh, I'm so terrified to just send this one. Maybe we take this one onto onto like a so much to happen here. Okay, let's add the effigy, a new effigy, into the chapel. Sorry, yeah, added a new effigy to chapel. Why do I always spell chapel with 2 P's? By the way, did you have a bit time to look into the project I've shared on Discord? I'm sorry, Snapper. When I'm not here on stream, I'm running my company, and it's a really busy time right now, and I've been pretty locked in doing that, so I don't get as much free time. This is my free time right now. So it might take a while before I get to them. That's why the Discord's so quiet, unfortunately. Hello, Dextra. Good to see you. Welcome in, man. Sorry I missed your message from before. A howdy to you too. A howdy to you too. Okay, added a new effigy to chapel. What do we have here? We changed... Did we change the scale of the blacksmith? I think what I did was I tried to add the metallic because his head needs to be shiny, and we haven't finished on that. So we need to go do the metallic channel. Absolutely. Okay. And then, should we finish the blacksmith up before we move on to another character? Or should we just full send it with... I think we do this on a work tree, because this one's going to take a really long time to run. And I need to take the time to review it all in a lot of detail. At least we can oversee this as it goes. Bonnet girl. Guys, this automation is actually fucking amazing. Excuse the French, but it's very hard not to be excited about this. The amount of time this system is going to save me. I can't believe we've made something that's going to be so time saving. It's actually going to be incredible. Is it like, Goldie, did you see the outcome? Did you see the outcome of the last one? It's just, it worked, and then we checked it out, and then the thumbs weren't right, and now we just go again, please. And now it's just going. Now we're just getting generating the, it's just doing it. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. This is going to be one of the coolest tools I've written in a fair while. Like, you guys know, I work a lot with AIs and LLMs to get things done. This particular thing is just incredibly useful. Absolutely incredibly useful. The fact that it just is just dealing with it all for me, I can just now tell it what to do, and now I can focus on making progress in the game while in parallel the art gets done. It's it's just fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. Okay. Let's review this. Build, host authoritative physics-informed combat damage around health, max stamina, current stamina, unconsciousness, and simple death. Exciting. Okay, baseline combat is stamina, control, pressure. Rare sharp weapons are health primary. Damage sources are typed area 3D shapes on fists and weapons. Active whenever they move fast enough with dead zone thresholds and 1 damage application per contact burst. Yeah. Because what'll happen with these things is as an object moves and collides, there'll be not just one collision often, it'll be like bump, 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 bump. And each of them will have the same velocity and impact. So the important thing here is there's dead zones where, like, if a bit like a dead zone on a controller, you know, it's like when input exceeds a certain amount, then it actually starts to move. When the force of the impact exceeds a certain amount, then it'll actually do damage. Degen 1, by the way, are you using any custom prompts like that caveman one to save the token cost for that tool? The beautiful thing about this, Degen, is the tool doesn't have a token cost. That's what's happening here, Degen. There's no token cost with this, because what I've done, how the system works, Degen, is this workflow lab. It uses a bunch of tokens to generate the initial you can think of this like a protocol for interacting with a tool. It designs its own protocol for interacting with the tool. It says, all right, what steps do I need to take to actually do it? And as it figures it out, instead of executing the steps, it builds a replayable set of steps that it can use that runs like a script, okay? Now, the key thing is it's a script that it can watch. It can keep track of the script as it progresses and see what it does and course correct and learn. But it's really not generating any tokens at all. It's just waiting for interrupts in a script that's like it's not a script, but in a process that's running. And when the process is done, it reports its progress back. So it's not burning tokens doing any of this work. It used tokens to create the flow once, and then that's all the tokens it ever has to use to repeat the process. It now just uses the repeatable process like a tool. It's a black box that you put an instruction in, and all you get out is the progress, the steps it's on, any errors if they happen to occur, and the artifacts that it creates along the way, right? So that's one of the beautiful things about this degen. It's not burning tokens. The tool itself burns tokens to make the plan for how to do the work. Once it's figured it out, it doesn't need to use more tokens to do it, because it's not the AI doing it anymore. It's the repeatable process that has the result. That's the cool thing. That's the really cool thing. That's why that's what these are. These plugins are designed repeatable. Does it all make sense? Do you understand what I'm talking about, Degen, or it just sounds like gobbledygook when I say this? But I'll tell you now, it doesn't use tokens to do this. The only tokens it uses is the tokens that oversee the workflow by doing really simple things like checking the progress. It's not sending a lot of info back and forth. It's just sending a little bit of info in, and then it's getting the results out. And then it's just waiting for it to do stuff and evaluating the results. That's where the token use is on. But Caveman wouldn't save us any tokens on that anyway. Yeah. Makes sense. Cool. Okay, the plan must update combat documentation, including the max and current stamina model, escalating wake threshold, unconscious recovery rules. All right, sorry, I need to get my brain back into this instead of just reading out loud and not processing. The plan must update combat documentation, including the max and current stamina model, escalating wake thresholds, unconsciousness, recovery rules, and a stage bridge to the existing IK roadmap in this. Before we proceed with this plan, I want it all documented in a new markdown. Character combat profile, which is a resource referenced by the character form definition with defaults around health and stamina, strong body zone multipliers, stamina regen rates, unconscious regen, wake threshold progression, effective mass and strength, and vulnerability tuning. Hey guys, I actually have a question for you all. I'm thinking about so how this system works, how the combat system works is there's really three key values inside of the combat system. The first value is your health, and health works like it would in any other game. It's just HP, right? When you have a max HP of 100, and then you have a current health of like like maybe your half health 50%, right? Your health is at 50, your max HP is at 100. Stamina works a little bit different. Stamina has like something like a max stamina of 100 and a current stamina of like, if you had half of your stamina left, it would be 50. I'm wondering whether I should think of this in terms of stamina is the name that describes the max the max stamina, and then energy is the current value for the stamina. You know, come to think of it, it's not that good. Come to think of it, stamina should just be the term, and just like max health is 100, like full health is 100, max stamina is 100. So the way this is described might need some clarifications. Clarifications on terminology might be good here. Specifically, when you just have a bar, yeah, you would. We will definitely have. We're going to have two bars. We're going to have a bar for health. We're going to have a bar for stamina. But I'm thinking about how we think of stamina, because in a sense, like what will happen is as you get really low with your stamina, if you keep doing exertive things, if you keep exerting yourself, you'll run down your stamina just like you would lose health if you were fighting, right? And so there's a difference here between like the stamina being, it's not a fixed stat, it's something that goes up and down, right? If you stand there and if you click attack, your character's going to go like this, right? And they're going to keep going and they'll keep going and they'll keep going. But what will be happening is your stamina bar is going to be slowly going down as you do these attacks, right? As it starts to get lower, it's going to affect things like your attack rate. You're going to get slower and slower as you go. And if you insist on continuing to click that indefinitely while your stamina's all the way gone, your character is going to go unconscious, right? And the same thing will happen in a fight. If you're in a fight and you get hit in the head, your stamina bar is going to take a big chunk out of it, right? And so if somebody like beats you in a fight with a club, right, and they keep hitting you in the head, you're eventually going to get really slow in attacking back. And if they hit you enough times, you're going to go unconscious. So the fights really, especially when there's like 2-on-1, you getting beat up, it's not going to directly affect your health much. It will take a little bit off of your 100 health to get hit in the head. Might only take, with a club, for instance, might only take 5 off your health. Or maybe even less, maybe like 2 or 3 off your health. But it could get you to the point where you go unconscious, right? And your moves get sluggish because you've been beaten down, right? And your moves get sluggish, and then eventually they hit you hard enough that you collapse and you go unconscious, and then they can grab your body and drag you to the guillotine, and then or the gallows, and then do the whole hanging operation, right? It's that's actually what, that's the plan here. That's what's going to happen. But if you do anything like that, it slowly goes back up. Yeah, it is going to slowly go back up, and it is going to animate, and doing things like, when you get damaged, the bar will go down, like the amount of there's the max there's the max stamina, there's the current stamina that you have, because taking damage reduces that stamina bar so that you can do less. That's one of the key concepts here. Specifically max stamina. So that's why I think there is your current stamina, your max stamina, and your energy at the time. I think energy is a completely independent value. And that still needs to be clarified here, Because if you run out of energy, that's when you start to move slow, not necessarily when you run out of stamina. Because the stamina is something you can heal with eating or heal with sleeping. It would be nice if stamina weren't just a bar, but if the screen gradually got darker. The plan, Dragihan, is to blur the screen. I'm going to use screen space, a screen space, what's it called? A post-processing shader to blur the screen as your stamina gets really, really low. So it'll get really blurry. And so if you get hit in the head, your screen's just going to like blur. And then you're going to have to like recover to, yeah. And if you've been running around nonstop, like shift sprinting everywhere the entire time, slowly that's going to diminish your maximum stamina down to nothing, and it's going to get really blurry, and you're not going to be able to see a thing. You know, yeah. Yeah, there's a bit to think about here. Clarification on terminology might be good here. Specifically, the idea of energy independent from stamina. There will be max stamina, the maximum number of stamina you can have. I mean, maybe I just introduce energy as a new value later. Because what I wanted to do is just implement these things pretty independently, so I can. Yeah, I think that's a later concern. That's going to be a later concern. Did this just run? It did. But it ran into an issue. It's all right, it'll sort it out. Okay, so yes, the add character combat profile, health, max stamina. Okay, so might be good here. I see that we are using the term health and max stamina, but there's no reason let's see. Okay. Sorry, I'm just running into an issue here where I'm seeing some pop-ups I didn't understand, and I'm still trying to think this stamina concept through. Both of these got blocked. Both of these runs got blocked by a new path that I haven't seen. I might need to get the workflow lab to adapt to it. But we'll be fine for now. I think it'll probably. I imagine this is going to, yeah, see, this is the really cool thing, guys, is the workflow lab is able to identify issues that it runs into as it goes. I think I closed it. I should have just left it running. Just trust it. Just trust the process. I'm interrupting it. I'm the problem now. What I need to do, just quickly. Where's our backlog? I'm going to save that. Okay. Let's think about this again. So, I think if you change away, if you have some work in progress writing there, change away, and then yeah, look at that. It deletes what you had written. Okay. Before we go ahead and implement this, I want to write all of the planning and ideation that we've done down. Right. Everything that we've worked out so far in a new Markdown document that can be used as a plan. All right. I think I need to just switch here to we're running into issues with, wish I got that screenshot. Right, it might be up here. All right, I'm gonna have to wait for it to go again and then catch that screenshot next time and then come back here. So, back to damage. All right, before we go ahead and implement this, so it can be used as a plan. Let's circle back. The damage sources, yep. Also, can be tweaked here. We are using the word max stamina, but rather max stamina but don't give the same treatment to health. These two concepts are close enough to be treated similarly. Okay, the other things here. Let's keep going. The plan must update combat documentation, including the max and current stamina model, escalating wake, in a new Markdown document, as well as updating current designs and the GDD so that everything is consistent on how damage works. Okay, different song. I don't know if I'm into this one. I'm gonna skippies. All right, skippy time. Okay. Add canonical avatar combat state service separate from presentation. It stores current health, current and max stamina, knockout count, current wake threshold, consciousness and dead state, and a sequence per avatar. Yeah, okay. The sequence per avatar, I'm imagining, is the sequence of its positions. How far do you think you are? Duckman, I don't know if you've been following along, but we recently introduced this system, and it's possible that accelerates us. It's possible that my answer has changed based on the tools that I've made recently. I think the tooling has an image. Has an advantage now that we didn't have before. So you've been following a bit, but you haven't. I don't know. I need a little bit more time to work with this new tool to see if it will speed me up as much as I expect. But then, yeah, check back in a couple days and I'll know. So this is our damage prompt next step. This is one thing I don't like about working with this user interface instead of the command line. On the command line, I could have very easily kind of kept my switch to a different window and kept my text with my with other stuff. But okay, here there's a new pop-up that occurred and blocked our progress. See. That's so cool that it can do this, guys. See attached. So what happened was, because this is driving a website, because something new was introduced into the workflow, the lab can now use this to adapt the workflow to compensate for it. We need to adapt our workflow so that it can account for this pop-up and move past it. Use workflow, and this is the tool that when you guys hear me talking about you guys will hear me talking about our workflow lab. Workflow lab is exactly for this situation. Something new happened that I hadn't encountered, and I can now say use workflow lab. Oh, I can't do that because it doesn't have access to the... Okay, hold on. We're going to do this in a different context. And so open in Explorer. One more time, the model gen. Use workflow lab to update our that to deal with this pop-up if it occurs. It shows up when the page first loads. And then see the attached screenshot for reference as to what the pop-up is. Okay. That's going to solve that problem so that we don't need to deal with that anymore. And now we can get back to this. What's this tool? Yeah, this is basically Codex, Duckman. It's I've changed it a fair bit, but it is still basically Codex at its heart. Where were we up to? Hey Vermi, how you doing? I've only used it a little bit. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, before we go ahead and implement this, I want to write everything that we've worked out so far down in a new Markdown document, as well as updating the current designs and the game design document so that everything is consistent on how damage works. That can then be used as the plan. That new Markdown can then be used as a plan. Also, terminology can be tweaked here. Okay, health and max health can be treated like stamina and max stamina. Okay, stores no persistent damage history. Correct, it doesn't need to do that. We can introduce this later. I do think, what do you guys think? Is it important to know like who did damage to you? Things like, if you were hit in the head and you died, do you want to know like how much damage you received and who did it? Or is that not so important? Or is that like a huge game feature that we absolutely should have? Any quick poll for this? Poll, and should damage appear on the score screen? Yes. No. Yes. Should detailed damage appear on the score screen? That is the question. Quick poll. Quick poll. Okay. Emits transient resolved events for VFX, HUD, and body reaction. Well, it may give away who the monster is. This is only on the score screen when the game's over. At that point, people should know who the monster is. If they don't, like, they've left the game. I don't know. You know? This is like, game over, here's what happened. This is either all of the humans are dead or all of the monsters are dead, or it got to the end of 7 days. It's one of those. Okay. Add type seam runtime damage objects. The damage source area for fists and weapons. Contact shapes with those collision shape 3Ds can be exported damage metadata. Okay, hold on. Damage objects. Damage source area 3D. Yes, for fists and weapon contact shapes. With collision shapes, children, and exported damage metadata. Yeah, okay. Damage zone for the head, torso, arms, legs. Using strong default multipliers. Head high, torso baseline, arms and legs low. Use the typed nodes and resources rather than brittle node name strings. Good, yes. For weapon damage anchors. Weapon item scenes expose damage areas directly. Profiles consume their typed metadata. Yes. Add host damage networking. Host maintains lightweight combat simulation for all active rooms, not full visual scenes. Clients may report candidate hits for attack favored field. Host performs reasonable validation on timestamps, distance, speed, source ownership, held item action state, and target state. Host broadcasts authoritative state plus transient hit events with impact points, impact direction, angle direction frame, force and impact score, and damage kind. Impact uses a tuned impact score, not raw physical units, based on relative speed, effective mass, authored source profile, target zone multiplier, target vulnerability, and a configurable curve. Yep. Effective mass, authored source profile, target zone multiplier, target vulnerability, and configurable curve. Yeah, this target zone multiplier will be things like the head and body and arms. One thing that's missing here Authored source profile could include... Okay, we don't need it. And it won by 1 vote, so pretty close. Thank you for 9 people who went and weighed in with a vote there. I think since it's so close and even it won, like we got a win on no, we're probably going to skip it. If we find that when we play the game together, it's something we really want to know. It's like, you know, who hurt me the most? Maybe that's not even productive to know. But it's good to know. It's one less feature to do. Thank you guys for voting. I do appreciate that. Okay, all real damage applies health and current stamina effects on a smaller max stamina wound. All right, here we really need to start to lock in and pay attention to this. Impact users, hold on, we're gonna copy that, checkpoint, like show where we are here, check in on that, it's not, okay, we're good. Impact users a tuned impact score, not raw physics units. Based on relative speed, effective mass, authored source profile, target zone multiplier, target vulnerability. What does target vulnerability mean if target zone multiplier... target zone multiplier and... target zone multiplier and target vulnerability might be overlapping terms here. If they are distinct, they need to be clarified. Small bumps below profile thresholds do no damage. Yes, all real damage applies health and current stamina effects and a smaller max stamina wound. All real damage applies health and current stamina effects and smaller max stamina wounds. Yeah, small bumps below profile thresholds do no damage. There's some clarification that might be needed there. I think small bumps between... I think small bumps below global damage thresholds. Damage thresholds do no damage. This does not vary from weapon to weapon does not vary between weapon or player profiles. What else have we got there? All real damage applies health and current stamina effects on a smaller max stamina wound. Yep. Blunt and fist defaults are stamina heavy with a small health chip, correct. Sharp defaults are health primary, yep. With minor current stamina effects and normal max stamina wounds, yep. Fists are hand only, anytime, danger sources. What do we all think of this one? This is actually, I think, a funny one. Either, here's a question. Here's another poll, guys. I'd love to poll you guys on this one. You can always add a version 2 if you don't like this one. Yeah, you're absolutely right, guys. Okay, here's another poll. You missed. We're doing real design for the damage system right now. That's what you might have missed, psych. So we're gonna go poll, and you guys are helping design. The important question here is should weapons damage even when not swung, when not wielded, when not in an attack? Yes, no. Another 3 minutes. So this one's going to be a fun one. This one's going to be an interesting and pretty fun design potentially. It would mean that if, for instance, if you left a sharp sword on the ground and the blade was facing up and somebody jumped and landed with their foot on the blade and they weren't wearing armor on their foot, that their foot would go and like blood would come out of it and they'd be like, ah. Or if you're running around with a mace out, for instance, and you turn your character quickly and the mace swings around, it might hit you in the head and hurt you, or it might hit a player around you. Yeah. So like there's another example. So we could do something fun with the mace where, for instance, the ball on the end could be a holdable item. And if you're running around with the mace, you'd have to be careful to hold the weapon and grab the ball so that you're not running around swinging it everywhere. Or for instance, if you're training with a sword, right, and you're running around with the sword out and somebody's next to you and you turn, that the sword could actually slice them if you turn fast enough. Like this is the question, is a weapon, when it's not actively being used in an attack, still a sharp object? Because the consequence of this could be like a person jumps on you and their fist happens to hit you on the way through. You take impact damage from the fist. So on one hand, I think the answer is yes, because it positively contributes to a chaotic physics-driven fighting game, right? On the other hand, oh my God, 7 people say no. Oh, really? Idle weapons seem to be really popular. Yeah, well, it's exactly what Berglund gnomes do. You can't cut yourself in half with a kitchen knife. I don't know what Berglund gnomes is, but a lot of people think no, which is a really big change. It's a big change to our design. I was thinking it would just be fun to be like, to have accidental damage and a lot of accidental friendly fire. Because if you're a monster, you can feign ignorance. You can be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was just turning around and I cut you with my knife, and now that person's lost a little bit of stamina. Or, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave that sharp sword lying straight in the doorway pointing upwards. It's, you can do stupid things that hurt people. And it creates ambiguity about whether it was intentional. So that's why I'm thinking yes. So it's, I tripped. Yeah, it's like, exactly. Oops, I tripped. It's like, yeah, I was trapped alone with him, but he accidentally slipped and fell on the sword. If the weapon is dangerous and you could die in the world by like stupid shit happening, then you've got plausible deniability when somebody, okay, but it's no. So I guess we're not designing that in. I mean, that's exactly it, Goldie. Oops, I tripped and fell on my knife and died. You could have that happen. You can veto if you want. No, look, 8 to 3, 73% is pretty overwhelmingly in the no. So that is useful, because the thing is, it's a little bit more work to do answer no than it is to do answer yes. I can see it becoming more tedious than comical in this game for some reason. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we need to change this. I can't see it being more tedious than comical. No, like, I get it. I get it, Turbo. I think this idea gives a different game dynamic to this game, but it's not so significant a question right now for me. First would be great if the basics work. The thing is, like, this, you build this into the basics, Dragihan. Either objects are, like, either I treat an attack as an attack where a weapon, you swing the weapon and there's code that goes, it's now in attack mode, apply damage to objects, or I just simulate things with physics. The way that this goes in terms of game design, it's actually a big question. It's a big question that I need to answer as early as possible. I think this is not a get it working first kind of question. it's like, do the basics work first? This is actually one of the basics. And the way that the game unfolds in terms of its design and implementation is affected by this decision. So it's not this is getting the basics. This is literally getting the basics working. This is deciding what the basics are. The problem with weapons always doing damage is the spin to win it creates. Yeah. Well, I think on one hand, we're kind of aiming for chaotic. Chaotic is part of the design. And one thing that you do with a game design document is you say, all right, the game design document is the guiding light for all the decisions you make in your game, right? And so you go, what is your game? And every time you have a decision, usually in the absence of 11 people casting votes, thank you all, by the way, thank you all for voting. In the absence of 11 people casting votes, the thing that you would usually do is, Not Monsters is a chaotic third-person medieval social deduction party game where suspicion turns to physics-driven combat and justice is living with fists, not menus. If I read this and say, how does this decision relate to what my game is? I would say objects always doing damage contributes to the physics-driven combat, and it contributes to the chaos. And for those reasons, the answer is yes. So in a vacuum, that's how I think I resolve this. But hence I voted yes. Yeah, Psych voted yes. But I mean, there's 8 people who say no, and I think user feedback should always trump like classical design sense. So maybe we did that here. Keep in mind, little impacts won't necessarily do this. It's only going to be really big hits. We also have some systems that mitigate this kind of damage. Like small bumps and impacts aren't going to hurt you. It's only significant bumps. Like only big accidents cause problems here. But I think it's still a no. I think that's fine. All right. Thank you for your input, chat. That does actually help guide the game a lot. This is why it's great to develop with people's feedback. What if you add the concept of a trap mode and do the damage only if you put the knife on the ground on purpose? That's one way to resolve it, to bring the chaos back in, but it's harder to claim plausible deniability than MD and iGen. Yeah, MD Nigen. But it could work. It could definitely work. I think that's a great idea. So where did I read that? Repeated overlaps use the contact burst rearming. So the source of damage can do 1 target per overlap. Yep. Blunt objects emit small. Yes. All hits are friendly fire capable. Yes. Where did I see this? What we could do is implement it so that all things do damage, and then put on a dangerous flag that lasts while the object is involved in an attack. So we have the basic damage system, but we ignore all damage that isn't combat damage. All right, we'll leave it and we'll introduce that as as a layer, because we could implement it like that, and that means that it's we can just do the fully physics driven thing and then filter it so that okay. Stamina, KO, and death. Current stamina regenerates when not being spent or damaged. Exertion costs are deferred. Damage reduces both current stamina and max stamina. If current stamina reaches 0, okay, so rather than if current damage reaches 0, the avatar becomes unconscious. The conditions for unconsciousness should be if the current stamina reaches 0, if the current stamina drops below the unconsciousness threshold, the player becomes, the avatar becomes unconscious. Wake threshold starts near 25, decreases by 10 per knockout. Rather than thinking of this as a wake threshold, we should think of this as a unconsciousness threshold. Okay, if max stamina falls below the current wake threshold, it slowly crawls back up to that threshold only. The treatment is still required to restore stamina capability beyond that. Yes. Health reaching 0 enters a simple canonical dead state, disables control in combat, and leaves the same avatar in place as a particular body. Full ragdoll corpse, ghost spawning, and monster revival are future hooks. Yes. According to game design documents, this idea makes harder the decision party for me, the deduction part for me. Hold on. According to game designers docs, this idea makes harder the deduction part for me. I can say, oh, it wasn't me, it was the knife on the ground as a monster. That's exactly the point, Dragihan. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. The deduction part shouldn't be easy. It should be ambiguous, right? I think I want that kind of ambiguity in the game. Like, that kind of ambiguity is what causes people to accuse the wrong people. It's what causes all of the stuff that makes games like the social deduction games interesting. It's ambiguity. If it's too clear cut, it's not as fun. It's not as fun. Like, if you Like if you know who the werewolf is and everybody knows who the werewolf is, then everybody kills the werewolf and the game is over. And that's not fun. You have to have somebody who thinks that it's the werewolf and somebody who thinks that somebody who's not the werewolf is the werewolf. And then those two people have to argue, and then those two people have to wonder whether one another are the actual werewolf, right? That's the thing that makes the game fun. It's the ambiguity. We don't want it to be easy and straightforward to determine who the monsters are. We want the monsters to try and hide in plain sight and try to deflect blame by having probable cause to say that person did something wrong. I went into their house and I tripped on a sword that was right in front of me, and it shouldn't have been laying out there. They should have been careful with where they put their sword. They should have put their sword in the sword receptacle. They should have put it in the weapon holder, but they tried to kill me when I came in there. I think they're the werewolf, right? And that could either be a legitimate claim, because doing so would damage your stamina and make it harder to fight, or it could be so the main design rule is chaos. Yeah, it's exactly, Dragihan. It's chaos. That's the key thing. It's not we're not aiming for designing a system that produces clarity about who is in what role. We want chaos. We want misdirection. We want people to manipulate one another. We want random events to change the course of the game in ways that people who are trying to manipulate other people can use to their advantage, if that makes sense. Maybe you could add a character who can lay traps instead then. I mean, totally. I would love to add like a trapper character. Might be a really, really good character. That's actually a good medieval character, and they could lay traps and stuff like that. That might be really good. Because there could be things like people might come up with rules where it's like the only reason you have to go in the crypts is to sneak around. You know, a player could, that could be a thing, right? The only reason that you could want to go into the crypts is to move from place to place without being seen, right? If that's true, you could play the trapper character and you could go down into the crypts and then lay the traps, right? Or if you even just have a trap item. And that now suddenly somebody says, I saw person A sneak down into the crypts. And then person A says, yes, but I was laying a trap for the monsters. And then person B could say, okay, let's go see if there's really a trap there. And then they go downstairs, but then they say to person C, oh, can you please come with me in case person A is a trapper? Or person A could be the monster, and person A could say to person B, oh, well then show me the trap to prove it. And then hope that nobody comes along. And then when person A and B are alone, person B could be like, reveal, I'm the monster, kill you. And then he isolates him and kills him, right? So there's like, yeah, what if someone comes up with a rule to stay together? Martin, that is exactly what I want players to do. I want players to come up with strategies and systems to work together to win, right? So what you're saying there is exactly what I'm hoping people will do. I'm hoping that they figure out ways to be like, to play a metagame and to develop ways to get people on board to have a plan to win as the villagers, right? And then you've got to like, maybe as a monster you come up with a plan to win that won't work, or now that the plan, some way to subvert the plan. Those are the things that we want to try and get people to do in this. That's entirely part of the plan. I really want that ambiguity. I want that ambiguity in what we're creating. Seb, I think if you explained this before, most people would have voted differently. Do you want to run the vote again? Poll. Should weapons not used in attacks still cause damage? So should weapons not... what was the question? Should weapons even damage even when not in an attack? Should weapons damage even when not in an attack? Yes and no. Take two. Okay, there's the poll. Roll it back. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by what, Martin? You mean the what do I mean by the question? I mean, like, if a weapon, if you're running around with a sword out and you turn quickly enough and it hits a person and it hits at the right angle, it might accidentally cut them. Dead players' tombstones will appear in the cemetery. No, I don't think that that's a planned thing, Dragihan. The cemetery is just for you guys. It's just for you guys. It's just for the people who gave subs, and I think dead players' bodies will appear on the ground. When a person dies, their body will go ragdoll, and then they'll turn into a ghost and float around, and like people will be able to like find their bodies and drag them around and stuff like that. Now look at the ratio. Okay. All right. 7 yes to context matters. Context matters, guys. You see, this is this is why LLMs get a bad rap, because somebody has this idea and then they do a thing and then they don't give it the context and it makes a reasonable decision that a lot of people would have made. But if you explain what it needs to do, okay. I mean, I still see there's one no. And also, I have to consider what the first player's experience coming into the game would be. So there still might be good reasons why everybody's gut instinct of no was the right call. But okay, but everyone seems to agree that it's a yes. That's also a little bit less work. So do you want chat in the cemetery, Dragihan? Have you not seen the cemetery? If you haven't, let me show you. This is chat's already in the cemetery. Everyone here is someone from chat, except for these ones that aren't claimed yet. We've still got some unclaimed ones. We've got Tiggs, we've got Matt, we've got Lemony, we've got Greybeard, we've got Danish, we've got Turbo. See, freaking like Turbo right now. Talking about more votes than last time too. Yeah, more votes than last time too. Very true, very true. We got everyone here from this is chat cemetery. This isn't for players in the game. This is for all you. This is for all you who supported the game during its development. That's what this is for, guys. That's what this is for. That's what that's for. Okay. All of this, quick copy. Let's see how this has gone. Okay, overwhelmingly yes this time. Good to know, good to know. I guess I should really run votes with more context. Okay, now... Now we're going to have to reload the plugin. Open project. Sorry, don't open project. I should have plugins. I need to bring up our plugins folder. Based, copy full path. It's that one, install that. And I don't need to restart this right now, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just because it's been running for a hot minute, and I don't know, there's something in my mind that always goes, keep it running. Okay, that's run. Do I need... I mean, it's potentially the case that we need to reload our... We need to reload this, so let's do that. Load that. We're probably good to go again now. So now, the issue that was blocking us last time has been corrected. The tool can now move past it. Try the run again. Okay. Okay. thank you all for helping me make these big decisions. Martoon, you haven't seen games which implement this feature? Yeah. I'm trying to do some innovative things here if we can. More votes than last time too. Nice. Yeah, I know that it was a. Right. Sorry, I thought Dragihan maybe you did. Yes, but I mean you've got you've got one of the first damn giant statues in the crypt, so it makes sense that you would know that. Wait, what do you mean by 1 meter high and plaque upgrade? So what we were gonna do was add something like make a statue golden instead of like out of stone. So somebody could do something to make their statue even better, but we've since changed it, and we probably need to change the terminology a little bit as well. Okay, I'm seeing this plugin. I want to see if we're moving past it. Sorry, not the plugin, the pop-up. Looks like it's still not good. Nah, it's still a fail. All right, we're going to just quickly check in on this. Added selector support for the pop-up. It does not. It does not. Okay, hold on. It is handling it. What it's doing is it's waiting for me to clear it. Okay. Oh, I think I've misunderstood. I understand what's happened. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Goldie. That helps. Zerg Rush is a nasty thing. Raptic05. I used to actually play a 6-pool back in the day. Back in the day, I used to play a 6-pool and do the Zerg Rush. Fun times. Yo, who's this? We've got Toto. Is this a brain rot thing? Is that like the to? Hello, welcome in. Good to have you. We're just in the middle of implementing some stuff. Okay, I think I understand what's happened here. So that one's gonna have to wait. So we're gonna have to circle back. What I do want to do before we do more here, it's gonna be okay. All of those can stop. Where were we at? What was the current state of change regards to back to our damage system? Lizard. Oh my god. You know it's Beetlejuice, not Lizard, right? Or Nacho. Both work quite well. My name is Hellhole for the English speakers. No problem. Hellhole, I'll do my best to remember that, but I'm probably going to call you Toto if you're all right with that. I think Toto's a pretty cute name too, so I'm all right with that if you're all right with that. If you like, that's what we can use. Lol, the lizard thing is real. What are you talking about with lizards? All right with me, done. All right, Toto, welcome in. Nice to meet you. I'm Seb. This is the community. Say hi, chat. Say hi, Toto. We're making a game. We're making a game, Toto. I'm a what? I'm a what? You're a wizard, Harry. I'm a what? You're a lizard, Harry. The AI one's so good. The AI meme is so good. I kind of like the old one. I like the old one too. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. What's that? All right. Have we got a new... All right. Hold on. Quick intermission. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have pressed refresh. I blame your sister for being... She creates the brain rot. Look, we both enjoy the best of memes. I haven't seen this. Is this where this lizard comes from? Oh, hoppers. No, they stole that lizard from the meme. They stole him from the meme. Or maybe did the meme come from him? Which came first, the chicken or the egg here? Okay. Lizard. Penny, that's perfect use of the emotes. I'm making a game. If I understand that right, what's your opinion on Unity AI Assistant that's in beta right now? I haven't used it. Toto. But I am generally leaning into those tools because, like it or not, they exist and they're very powerful. And if you want to make a game quickly, that is the best way to do it. Toto. So I think, the future is here. And you have to move with the times or get left behind. That's the way that it goes, man. So I'm doing my best to learn all of it and get in front of it. I personally have spent my entire life, like literally made my life about making games. But ultimately, the thing I care most about is making the game, not the method. And you can still be incredibly creative with generative tools. I've experienced that firsthand. So that is correct, Turbo. Adapt or die. And I will make games my entire life if I have anything to say about it. So that means learning about stuff and getting in front of it, which you can see here. That's what I'm doing right here. Yes. Okay. Let's have a think. Before we go ahead and implement it, where were we at? We were up to this. Preserve the current attack and action records and IK presentation flow. Damage consumes motion contract data. Yeah, this is important to get right. Hold on. Preserve the current attack and action records and IK presentation flow. Correct. Damage consumes motion and contact data and held item state without replacing hand actions. Correct. Keep ragdoll integrations staged. Emit impulse and reaction data through an adapter boundary now. Yep. Active ragdoll later consumes the same events. Correct. Hook the heads up display to health plus current max and stamina, showing wounded stamina cap and subtle wake threshold marker. Correct. Unit tests cover impact scoring, channel splits. Yep. Knock threshold escalation. Contract burst, re-aiming. Yep. Integration tests cover the generated damage zones, fist and weapon sources. Yes. Multiplayer tests or focused host integration tests. All right. I think this is what I have as feedback for it. Let's do another pass, and then we're actually going to get onto the damage stuff. We've been designing this. We've been designing this for 2 sprints now, guys. 2 sprints we've spent on design for this. It's a really, really big one. It's a really, really big one, and I'm honestly pretty excited to see what happens with it. All right. Okay. Let's move on to planning the next step for this. Steps for this. And then what we can do is let's go to our runs. This is our next thing to integrate. So we're going to go with rigging systems, and that's our next step. Artifacts, model assets. Here we go. For symmetry, rig body. Hey, God of War, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. How did you sleep? How was your day? How are you doing? Okay, that goes there. This goes here. That goes a little lower. That goes about there. That's in the middle of the elbow. Fists are looking much better. We're smart enough to notice them properly now instead of later. Feet still terrible. Oh, midpoint placement was on. We don't like that. We don't like that. What did it break? Luckily, it didn't break everything. Only foot stuff. Only foot stuff. Okay, let's go have a look from the top. His hat's in the way, so we'll see it from the bottom. Okay. Ankle, knee. Yeah, it's all looking okay. It's all looking okay. Let's go. No fingers. Let's calibrate. That's life. I have a job I'm good at, but I don't like that I can still. But I don't like that I can still do that. Hold on. Even if it will feel like a step back, but it's kind of sad momentum for me. Yeah, but you can take this a couple of different ways, Toto. Either you can be upset about it, that it's happening, and you can realize that the way that you do basically everything needs to change, or you can step back and say, like, hey, personally, the whole stream's name is base code. I've spent more time writing code than I've spent doing anything in my entire life. What I have had to do is step back and realize that along the way, I actually learned an enormous amount of useful stuff. I learned a lot. I really learned a lot with what I've done, and all of that still has utility. The only difference now is you have to think in terms of high-level designs and architecture, and less in terms of what actual code do I write, right? It's not about what you write anymore. It's about what you're able to create. and it's about your ideas. It's more about your concepts than your implementation. And when you understand that and you still see that you have a lot of valuable experience, that means that you can create concepts in a way, like you can execute on concepts in a way that others can't, and you can understand the outcomes, like that you can understand the outputs in a way that others aren't able to. It matters less whether you wrote every line, like every keystroke yourself, or whether you orchestrated the outcome. You should really step back and say, why do I want to make computer games, or why do I want to code? And it's usually to build things. The writing of the code is a means to an end. And so the end is more important in many ways, or can be more important to you than the means. And so focus on the things that you enjoy about creating games, and less about the specifics of whether you modeled it in Blender, or whether you wrote the code by pressing the keys on the keyboard, or whether you directed something else to do it. Because inevitably this happens, Toto, in your career anyway. If you get really good and you make games and you go into a game studio, eventually you get promoted up into the point where you're managing people and overseeing their work. If anything, this just puts more of the control back in your hands without having to go into those large structures to achieve the same things, right? I'd say the game that we're building now would usually have taken me twice as long, or a studio of people, to do. Maybe more than twice as long. And so it can be empowering if you learn how to use it and embrace it instead of like fighting it. That's the way that I've taken it, at least. That's the way that I'm looking at it. Okay. He's looking all right. Let's go back to AccuRig and do a little more calibration just to make sure there's no like weird artifacts. His neck is looking really good. And his hat's just fine. The twist is good. The only thing is his shoulder. His shoulder just maybe could go across a little wider, because when his arms sit by his side, they overlap with the body a bit. So if his shoulder went out a little bit, this would be less of an issue. I mean, it's such a small thing to fix. Let's just do that. It's the tiniest little tweak, and it's probably not going to make a decent difference. It's just like a tiny bit of movement for a like small move, big impact. He necking. Yes, he is. I don't know. What's your take, Toto? What's your take on it? All right, see how now just by moving that across, the overlap is a lot less. I want to make sure. Hey, hello, Micro. How you doing? Hope you're having an awesome stream so far. Locked in. Good luck. One more thing. No. Hey, coffee top up. Cheers. Thank
Coffee
you.
top up.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, legend.
Micro, I appreciate you too, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping me caffeinated. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, dude. Okay, we're going to export this guy because he's working quite well. Big W, man. Thank you. Okay. Now, this was it came in from a workflow. The thing I probably need to consider is we can probably do it like right here. And then characters, and this is farmer. There's our FBX. And then let's get ready to take that into the engine. Pipeline. Where's character? I think I'm going to do that underscore trick to keep this up the top. Okay. Oh, yo, did I miss a question there? Hold on. Question for you, Seb, about this topic. You were saying you will get to a management role if you're good enough at doing your work. The question is this: would you rather stay on the floor, low tier, with your knowledge, or climb the ladder and get to that management role? God of War, what I'm realizing, I got to the point very quickly where I was creating and running my own companies, and I've spent the last 14, 15 years doing that. I always to go fast, go far. To go fast, go alone, and to go far, you need to go together. And often bringing a group of passionate people around you to execute on a mission can be really rewarding, because it means that you can do big things. And so working with others and working as a part of a team can be really great. If you really want to set the direction of those big things, inevitably you have to step up into those bigger roles. And so I definitely feel as though there are advantages to working in bigger teams and leading people. What I found for me was that the more I did that and the bigger the team got, the less time I got to spend doing the thing that I really enjoy doing, which is what you're seeing me do right now. This is where I am most happy, most content and motivated, and I feel the most joy, and I feel the most pride in the things that I do, is when I'm doing the stuff that you're seeing me do right here on stream. But for the last 10 years, I've spent more time managing people and dealing with administration than I have creating stuff. As a creative person, I prefer this, and I'm trying to change my life more so that I can be successful doing this. And so my choice has been for the last 14 years to be a person who leads, to be a leader rather than a creator. But I think my own personal feelings about this, after having done that God of War, are that I would rather be a creator, for a while at least. Thank you for the kind words. Even if I don't make a career out of games, I could still tell my grandchildren I was able to code before Skynet. So that's very true. The thing is, I think the skills of coding they're not going to go away. I think there's still going to be a huge amount of value in being able to interpret things at their lowest levels. It's like when once upon a time, people made computers work with binary, and then people invented assembly, and then people wrote code with assembly, and then they invented C, and then people wrote code with Fortran and C, and then people created C++ and C#, and there's all these layers of abstraction. The people who know how to write the binary and assembly are no less valuable, because there are more layers of abstraction there that obscure and obfuscate the underlying mechanisms. If anything, even though they're working with things at a higher level, they are, all of computing is we all sit on the shoulders of giants, and it helps to know what the feet are doing when you sit on the shoulders of those giants. And thank you, Toto, for the follow. And more than that, I would say that there's no problem in computing that can't be solved by removing another layer of abstraction, right? And for you and I, working in an age where most people will create most things through an AI, the AI, especially as it is right now, is a force multiplier. It's a force multiplier for what a person's capable of. And we are capable of great things because we've put the time in to learn how to make these things ourselves. And the people who don't understand how to do these things, they're going to it's going to be a force multiplier for the chaos and the mess that they create when they try and make things. So knowing the underlying fundamentals is still a massive advantage for people like you and I, and our value isn't going to go away anytime soon at all. But that doesn't mean that we should have our heads in the sand and pretend like the new technology doesn't exist. We need to embrace it while using it to build on the foundations that we've put in place over years and years and years of study and failure and learning. You know, that's like that, all that stuff still has an immense amount of value. So I just don't want you to be disheartened by the technology that exists. If anything, I'm feeling liberated by taking the approach of saying, I'm just going to embrace it and see what can be done, which is what we did at Christmas with this project. This project was an experiment on how quick can I move when I embrace every one of these technologies available. And the answer turns out to be very quick. And the other surprising side effect, I would say, Toto, is that I don't feel any less engaged. I still love writing code, but I don't feel like I'm any less creative now that I'm not actually importing as much of the C#. Don't get me wrong, I still do a lot of code review. I still do a lot of writing code, but it does that, like none of that, just because I'm doing a lot more with the terminal speaking to an AI than a terminal running commands or using Vim, it doesn't, you know, it's just because of that, it doesn't change. It doesn't change the situation. So, you know, just like try it out, embrace it, because otherwise, you know, it's inevitable. You may as well embrace it, and you'll probably find that it's like, you know, what's the Dr. Strangelove quote? You just have to, you know, just learn to love the bomb. What's the, you guys know that? The, how I stopped Dr. Strangelove, or how I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb. It's we have to learn to stop worrying and love the bomb. That's the trick. That's the trick, I think. Okay, we've got the king. Did we get the king in the game? No, we have a few characters to integrate while we wait for these to progress. Okay. The next step should be staged so we don't mix the routing and login fixes with the... Okay. Okay. Let's use Blink CLI and the workflow lab to move forward with the next slice. Okay, so we've got our heretic effigy in. We now have our character model ready. Where's the next one? We're going to go character, villages. In here we've got farmer. Nice. Let's go to our art test if we don't have it already. We don't want the butcher. We don't want the effigy. We don't want our art tests. This does look like cute, but also scary enough. It's so good. Yeah, the style's good. It's also the narrative, like the story that these two tell when you put them in the chapel. I don't know if you guys have seen them in the chapel yet. Look at this. The way that it feels. P.E.K.K.A. What do you mean, Turbo? What do you mean? What's P.E.K.K.A.? Oh, hold on. It's going to be up at the space level. Look at the story this tells. This environment, it's like... it creates this narrative. Okay, looks like P.E.K.K.A. from Clash. Okay, I don't know P.E.K.K.A. or Clash. These two guys sitting here tell a story to me, right? What they tell me is like, in the church, the people are being taught to kill the monsters. That is literally what the visual imagery of this creates. Think about it. Clash of Clans. Okay, I haven't seen that, Turbo. By putting these two effigies in the church, the narrative this creates in the mind of the players is the players are being taught to attack and fight the monsters in the church, which is exactly the narrative that the game is supposed to communicate, right? When a person winds up in the lobby, their first thoughts are, what the hell's going on? Where am I? Oh, I'm in a beautiful, religious church, right? With a strange religious symbol, like there's some kind of cult going on here. And in front of me, I have training dummies and weapons that look kind of like villagers with horns on them and these giant monstrous shapes. Just this image on its own, I think, communicates a lot to the player about the narrative of the game, which is why I'm really liking this. Burn them. Exactly, Dragihan. Burn them. We need to do that. Actually, we need to do that. We're going to have to make it so that if you hit the effigies with the torch, they catch on fire. Hold on. That's a really good point. You were joking there, Dragihan, but actually... Easter eggs. We need a burn church effigy with torch. God of War. You know, Seb, if you keep them in the current place in the church, I get the feeling to be called to the headmaster and he will order me to attack. Yeah, good. That's exactly right. It's like... This is the scene of an instructional, this is a scene of a lesson, right? The priest here is gathering all the villagers to tell them to attack the monsters. It actually really serves our purpose. It really serves our purpose, and it gives the players something fun to do while they're waiting for the match to start, right? So now while the match starts, there's going to be some weapons kind of brought together, and you can just beat the crap out of these effigies, which is a fun thing to do. You can practice attacking, you can understand the combat systems for the first time you're ever playing the game. Instead of just waiting with nothing to do, now you'll be able to beat these straw guys. Okay, we need straw VFX for effigy hits. More things to do when I think about it. There's an endless list of things to do, guys, and we'll get through it. But I got to tell you, there's a lot. There's the more we sit here and do things, the more it progresses. Okay. Which health and stamina terminology should the doc standardize on? Current and maximum. Use health, maximum health, stamina, maximum health. Use current health, maximum health. Health pool, health capacity, current and maximum. Should the ordinary damage reduce maximum health the same way it reduces maximum stamina? Yeah. Yeah, why not? We could do that, actually. It's a fair question. The answer was going to be no, but what if you get hurt a bunch of times? You can be injured, aka your maximum health is reduced. Yes, let's do this for both. Keep in mind that we still need healing items that restore the maximum health and stamina back to the point when the player spawned. We need to brainstorm a new terminology for this also. Okay, where should the new canonical damage design document live? Docs and combat. Yep. Okay. This one's kicking on. It's doing its thing. Damage questions are sorted. Then let's fall back to imports. That's what we were up to. So now Let's start with the farmer. And we want to go into art tests. Bell8 Games, thank you for following, man. I appreciate that a lot. It means a lot. It really means a lot. Every follower counts. We hit 2,000 followers, was it yesterday? Like really recently. Like fairly recently. Hello, hello, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Welcome in, welcome in. So we're about to add some new characters to the game. We're replacing, where is he? Oh, the king isn't even in here, guys. The king's not in our art test scene. That's a problem. Where is he? King. I wonder how many other characters are missing from here. King FBX. Place him right here. He's not going to be so tall this time. In the next pass, I think. Most of these characters, by the way, guys, most of them are going to get redone. And there's a big difference between the V1 characters and the V2 characters in terms of quality. And I know it's a lot of work. It's going to be something we do passively in the background of the stream for a long time. For a long time, we're going to be upgrading these characters. But, you know, I think it needs to happen. Headphones. Raptic, what do you mean by headphones? Something with, you want to know what headphones these are? Are you looking for the headphone brand? Headphones are, these are the InZone, they're Sony InZones, I think, if that's what the question was. Do you know Bell8 Games from somewhere, Dragihan? Let's make them feel welcome, by the way. Do you have any questions, Bell8, about what we're doing? About the game itself, or... Okay, so... Let's start with the farmer. Farmer character, to begin with, needs to go. That's a yes to this, and to these. And then farmer character can get opened up. We're going to open that anyway. And then this is where the magic will start to happen. Let's get him going. So where is our tool? Data folder to begin with. Oh, this is actually the right data folder. But no, we don't want that. We want two up. We want character. And then farmer. Bring in the new farmer FBX. And we'll get another chance to try our height importing tool as well. Yo, AMB, welcome. I don't want to distract you. I'll watch you. Yeah, welcome to watch. Don't feel like you can't ask questions. I really try and when I'm here specifically when I'm streaming, I'm here to talk to you. So I wouldn't be online. I don't mind. I have so many questions. This looks cool. Then ask those questions. You shouldn't feel bad about interrupting at all. If I didn't want a little bit of banter, I wouldn't be here online. Okay, so new FBX. I think the first thing to do is advanced. Let's get his skeleton connected. Welcome back, EMB. How you doing? For some reason, when I read your name, EMB, I read Ember. And there's no E in there. It's because the F looks like an E and then there's an R. And I scan it. And so I get that. Agrotroll looks good. Are these models from some asset pack? No, we've been making them. Agrotroll. It's while Sebri's chat does not equals true. Question repeat. Yeah, keep asking questions while exactly. Dragihan gets it. Okay, that's going to do a re-import. And then the other thing we need to do here is take it into the scene. Pretty sure our scale needs to adjust, but the importer could be the thing that handles this for us from now on. So character pipeline, we're going to go farmer, going to search him down here. Farmer. I think I want the search field above the import field. That might actually be more intuitive. We're going to swap that around. Let's see. So character pipeline. Let's swap the order of the search field and the import browse button and field. Search field above and browse field below. And that'll be there for next time. Okay. Measured height is tiny. Desired height is 1.6. And then we can apply that scale. Okay. 1.6 needs to be like 1.4. Because really, his height is... We want him a bit taller, but not that much taller. That's probably good. That's probably good. Okay, all the same details. Character color is there. The character color picker... the character color picker is in, but it seems as though it does not have enough height to represent any color. Let's put this input field on the same line as the display name. Okay, his color's fine. Let's see. The scroll. The scroll is not gonna work nicely. Let's generate. Enable replace. Oh, did I mess that up? I did. Replace existing. Okay. And here we go. He still needs a face. I don't know why the face isn't coming across from the from our template character. Character template. Oh, did it lose its expression? I don't know. And probably there, if I go to the transforms, there's some rotation around this axis that shouldn't be there, and it's probably because it's coming from the template. While we have the template, we should adjust that. Where's our expression? Here. There we go. And then that should also have 0. The x-axis should have 0. So that's also a template change. Okay, sorry, I'm missing some messages here probably. Dextra, what's the fastest way to earn money? Any tips? Go and rob a bank. Go and rob a bank, Dextra. That would be the fastest way to earn money. There's heaps of ways to earn money, but the answer to that question is that's not actual advice. It's just an honest answer to the question, what's the fastest way? I don't think your objective should be earning money as quickly as possible. That's not a good goal, in my opinion. So you're asking sell your body. That's Farmer needs a face. Well, you've seen Farmer needs a wife on TV. Now Farmer needs a face. The next hit TV show. I don't think that's a good objective, Dextra, but you should figure out, in my honest opinion, you should Life is too short to just chase money. You spend so much time in the pursuit of money throughout your life that you may as well figure out what you enjoy to do and what you'd be doing if you didn't need money, and then try and make that the thing that you do to earn your living. And that can lead to a happier life. So my advice would be, don't try and find the fastest way, try and find the most rewarding way and do that. And the only way you can do that, the only person who can answer that question is you. You have to figure out what you love, and then you have to figure out a way to make the thing that you love valuable to others. And then you have to deliver on that value. And the inevitable result of creating value for others is getting money. So that would be my path, dude. Just figure out what you enjoy to doing. You know what you could spend, what you could stand sacrificing the rest of your life for. Because that's the trade-off. Just make sure you do something that you love. That's a better goal. That's a better goal, Dextra, than just making money. It's like living a good life. Genuinely caught me off guard, Seb, with the robber bank thing. Yeah. Unfortunately, Seb, money is more of a need than a reward in today's world. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But there's always ways that you can find a balance. If you like to code, go walk around to businesses and ask them if they need websites, and then make them websites. If you love to, you'd love to ride a bike, go be a bike courier. If you like sailing, go go do fishing tours. It's like, I think if you like optimizing, if you like detecting patterns and making bets, then go be a stock trader. It's, there's always ways to, and then the thing you can do if you really want a lot of money with the thing that you love is find ways to turn those things that you love into businesses once you understand the ways that they deliver value to others. Because often, even if it's just something entertaining, I love playing computer games, and I'll tell you now, making computer games is entirely different from playing computer games, but there's an element of overlap here. There's an element of that. I also like solving problems and thinking about solving complex problems. So for me, if I like computer games, I like solving complex problems, I love technology. Making computer games is a way that I could take the thing that I love and tie it into the thing that I want to do. It's W advice, to be honest. Yeah, thanks, Turbo, to be fair. Always abuse what you're good at, not always what you're passionate about to earn money. Yeah, plus being good at something feels good. 100%. Turbo's right on that too. Does that answer your question, Raptic? I know you asked it a little bit a while ago before I answered it, but that would be my take. That's my take on it. And just like that, guys, I think we have the farmer in. The only thing left to do, maybe, is generate his portrait. Let's see. Unable to load the portrait after refresh. Okay, and now his portrait's refreshed as well. Not that it really needed it. It was pretty damn close anyway. Okay, here we go. You do a job and you code on this project in your free time, I assume. Yeah, you can. So about 10 years ago now. Oh my God, it's pretty much 10 years. It'll be coming up in June. It'll be 10 years. For 10 years, I've been running a software development and game studio. And before that, I worked in a software development agency I created a software development agency that made software for construction companies. And before that, I worked at a computer game studio. This farmer really looks good. He does, doesn't he? I think this is going to be cool to see. We'll see him move around and stuff as well. I think all of the characters that are coming through. So this guy will feel good. This guy will feel good. He might be a bit too tall potentially. I think maybe the newer characters could be too tall. So we're gonna have to work on that. I believe. And then from here, we're going to matchmake into this match. So that guy, let's get another take on the on the farmer. I think we're going to have to work again on the scale of objects. That's another thing that I need to do, and that needs to be done in the art test scene. Okay, his movement feels good, except for his feet. What do we think? Do his feet look okay? They might be animating in a kind of strange. They're very forward facing. They might need to turn out a little more. That might be a thing that we still have to do here. All right, now we can actually do this. Ready? Ready? I'll go spectate with... Ah! Hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Attack. That's going to burn stamina, so like energy so fast. Okay, how's this character feel? He might be a little big. He might be a little big right now, guys. And are you guys noticing that there's one vertex of his hat that's moving with his shoulder? So one vertex of his hat is moving with his shoulder. And that plus his feet is enough cause to re-import him, I think. I like the straw bits coming out of his hat. That's one thing I like about this guy. So he's too tall. His feet need to turn out. There's a vertex being controlled by being his... yeah, that vertex on his hat needs to fix. All right, we got things to do. We got things to do. Yo. This farmer really looks good. Thank you, Dragihan. I kind of missed the Office Place vibe you had. You had to get up and clap your hands to keep the lights on. Yeah, I know, God of War. It's been a minute since I've been there. I don't know when I'll be back there next, honestly. There's a chance I might even change Actuator to a work from home place. And then close the office, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. There's a lot to consider lately. But yeah. The dual-wheeled axe swing should be called the helicopter. Can't wait to do the jump attack. Yeah, the jump attack's a vibe. That's true. That is true. All right, why did... for the love of God, those foot placements look absolutely fine. I don't know why that is an issue. Let's go calibrate again. The jump attack does feel really satisfying, Turbo. I think we might have to do... I don't know. There's a good chance that the jump attack, just because of the force of your movement, will have extra damage. Dextra, is that a good answer to your question? It might not be the answer you were necessarily looking for. I think I might have answered a different kind of question, but farmer lacking vitamin D, perhaps. Does he look pale? What's the vitamin D thing? Like is that a skin color point of feedback? Why the hat? I don't actually even understand why the hat would be getting pulled into the equation here. It would be very annoying to have to take this into Blender just to fix the hat. No, I mean bro has rickets. When you've rigged him perfectly. Okay. What's Rick? Oh, is that a thing that happens when you're vitamin D deficient? Your like it turns in. I mean, that's still the same thing. I wonder what bone it is. I wish I could see like the, I wish I could see the weights. What weights cause this? Like actually tune the weights here would be really, really smart if they could have done that. Maybe it's shoulder. Sorry, elbow. I don't think it's going to be hand. It could be... Why would it be torso or anything like that? Maybe I'll lift the position of the head a little if this doesn't work. There's a good chance that that's going to be a good fix. All right. Rig body. That can go back up. That can go there. Let's bring that a little higher and this a little lower and see if that calibration fixes it. It could be considered a flapping hat of the hat when walking. Yeah. But then I think it wouldn't just be like one weird point that stretches, like squashes and stretches. Okay. We learned something. Moving that point got one of them. Danzy! Hey, how you going? Hello. How you doing? Welcome in. Look, I'm making a sassy little farmer guy. Thank you for the raid. Good. How, did you get you got the game going in the end? Did you play with the huge crowd of people? Did you get everyone in? How was your stream? So he's very sassy. Wait for it. I'll get him in a sassy walk. Look at him. He's got his sass going on. Though he looks better as a macho walk, doesn't he? And then he's like styling. He's being cool. The game's coming along. Danzy. And I made this freaking incredible tool that's like speeding up my workflow. All this stuff here, all this I created, which is pretty cool. It was lovely. Not as many people as on the weekend, but I'm glad. Oh, Danzy, we gotta flip the order. Maybe I don't know. I start streaming too late to raid you. That's the real problem here. You know how many raids you could have had if the timing aligned? If the timing lined up, but just I'm a night owl and you're not. But yeah. Glad you had a good stream. Was the game fun? Did you survive the forest or whatever you guys were doing? I believe you were playing the forest, right? Okay, that goes about there. Maybe I can pull it down and then now that's going to be the... I'm surprised you're done, actually. I don't know. She usually ends around this time. It's fine. Views were fine. Just not as many people played the game. So we didn't need the mod. No, look, it's prior preparation prevents poor performance. You're better off like being ready for it than, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. You've been finishing really late lately. Now you understand why I was such a degenerate way back. You're like, I remember you gave me shit about going to sleep too late. There, you really see it here. So what is it? It's his spine. It's his spine that's moving that point. What can we do there? I mean, we can try and affect these points. Yes, but you also work during the day. I know. I'm I'm a bit of a masochist. I'm going to reframe that. I'm very productive. Lately, especially productive. Okay, look, we just learned something. What did we just change? We changed the spine point. That goes more up. This goes more up. That might be the fix. And if this doesn't work, we're just going into Blender and we're going to do this ourselves. When was the last time you saw the game, Danzy? Do you want to check it out? Do you want to see some of the advancements? Do we want to see some of the like attacking and things? Because that's pretty cool. Seb's a two-ended candle. I do, yeah, burn the candle at both ends. Oh my god, his hat is pissing me off. Okay, that needs to be more there. That needs to be up here. This needs to be more down there. We're just going to do it right, and then we'll deal with the rest in Blender. She might have bolted already. That's very possible, but she wouldn't just leave like that. She'd say, okay, gotta run, or something like that. Pretty cool raid, though. Pretty cool raid. I do certainly appreciate it. All right, now we've just got one little point on that hat to fix. I will deal. I will deal. This can export. Export FBX. Hopefully it remembers where we were. It didn't. It completely forgot. Well, that's annoying, but that's fine because we also have to process. We've got pipeline, characters, farmer. Great raid. Yup. You mean like this? Potentially. I don't believe that she just bailed without saying a proper goodbye. I shouldn't complain. Even if she did, that's fine. Sometimes you gotta raid and run. Sometimes you just gotta raid and run. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, guys. She's probably late. Probably heading out for a, I don't know. God of War, Turbo, Danzy in chat. Hello, plants. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Where is that character? We need to art, pipeline, characters, farmer. What did we discover? We just need to adjust it and do that over and over until we've got it right. Delete it all, start over. That's a bad idea. Actually, just importing that can have consequences. So we're gonna not save that. We're gonna get rid of all of these and that first. I spied a Diablo 2 folder, my favorite game. It's so good, Nico. I've probably spent more time playing Diablo 2 than any other game ever. Maybe Counter-Strike. Maybe Counter-Strike's a close second. But back in the day, we're going to go 100. See if we can do that. That seems way more manageable. I think we're going to lose all the other maps and channels this way, unfortunately, but at least we can do this. At least we can do weights. There it is. What freaking thing is stealing the... We're going to go find what joint it was. That one. Why? Only this one side. It's his spine. For some reason, it got bound to his spine. All right. Well, we found it, so that's okay. Probably. Yeah, that'll do. We're going to go more. And then we're going to keep growing until we have his entire head and hat. That's probably enough. And then weight paint, vertex mode. You know what? Actually, about there. And then we can set the weight to 0. And then set weight. And at the same time, we can select paint, select circle, this stuff. And then set weight. Okay, And that's all we really needed to do. That'll be enough. That was a quick fix up at least. Okay, scale 1. We want to copy this, embed that, and then we want just these 3. And then that goes right here in engine over villages, farmer, copy full path over there. And then this import setup can what's happening there? Content, characters, villages, where is he? Farmer FBX. There's an error here. We'll restart it. That's fine. Editor docs, character pipeline. I just noticed an interesting button. All right, we're going to restart this thing. I just noticed a version control button. Anyone else see that? I don't know if I've just missed it this entire time. Have you seen the solo dev creating Diablo 2 in first person in Unreal? Yes. Yeah, I have seen some screenshots of that, Nico. I don't know how that's going to go for him. I really do wonder what happens when Blizzard comes along and goes, that's IP, that's intellectual property, and then yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting. So I really hope he can figure that part of the problem out. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Okay, supporter metadata, review, replace existing, and then next we can regenerate the portrait, we can generate the character, and then generate the portrait, and then do it a second time because for some reason doing it twice works. Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I missed a step. What we missed was import settings. We missed his pose will be this. There we go. Re-import that. And then the other thing, his desired height is going to be 1.4. Apply that. And then, oh, look, now we're in that situation where we can't go next. Okay. Recently, when working with the character pipeline, I've noticed that I find myself in a state where I cannot press next on the first screen. I'm not sure why this is happening. There could be a legitimate reason, but there's no user interface to explain it. Okay. Let's have a quick look here. Current run. Routed URL. The workflow is installed and available. The input images were copied. Nice. The run reached the expected extension routing checkpoint. It saw the content script tab briefly, but no browser controller reported. Okay, hold on. Blink saw the content script tab briefly, but no browser controller reported in. When I open the routed global URL directly, no tab checked in, which strongly points to the Chrome extension site state rather than schema flow. All right, we're going to do that. Yep. Open the routed URL in the Chrome profile. It needs to show tab compatible. It appears that you opened the wrong profile. I can see that the wrong Chrome profile has the Hanyan site open. We need to review what happened in the extension for this failure to occur. The Chrome that opened does not even have the extension. A previous slice sought to address this, but it's obviously not caught all of the edge cases. Try and identify how this happened so that we can correct it and prevent it from happening again. Okay. Side mission. Okay. Also, what engine is this? So hold on. Okay, if he doesn't sell it. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you, team. Yeah, that's, but even then, the issue he's going to face is that a brand needs to, if a brand has a trademark and somebody impinges on the trademark and the brand doesn't make an effort to defend it, then the trademark becomes invalid. So even if he doesn't sell it, he's still going to face a backlash from Blizzard, essentially. You saw this with and Blizzard's really, really staunch about enforcing those trademarks as well. He's going to face the same troubles that WoW custom servers faced. Before vanilla WoW was a thing built into Blizzard, there was essentially a really big and active vanilla WoW community that was thriving. So, okay, or is this modeling software? Are you asking about what software I'm using at the moment? You're probably looking at this software, right? This is rigging software. Oh, no, you would have been looking at Blender. Blender is modeling software, correct? Yes. Hello, Harry. Welcome. How you doing? Nice hoodie. Thank you, man. This is FastFee's Team Liquid hoodie, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's a cool hoodie. I like it. I like its style, so I'm going to wear it. 10 stream streak. Huge. Look at the freaking... some of the... No, I'm not going to bring that up right now, but very, very cool that so many streaks are coming through. I meant the previous one with all the rigs. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so you'd be talking about this one with the bones and stuff, where we were working on the weight painting. This is a tool called Blender. And it is the industry standard for free and open source software when it comes to modeling. And honestly, it's just the best software out there now, in my opinion. Free or open source versus paid. Forget whether it charges you money. This is just the best software for doing 3D stuff, in my opinion. But that's what you're looking at here. This is called Blender. Blender. There we go. That one. Or you could mean Accurig. Here's the links for both. I'm sure between these, you will figure it out. Hold on. These are the two that I'm using at this particular point in time. if you knew enough to know that I was rigging, you'd know what Blender was. So you're probably asking about the least common of the software, which was AccuRig. Yep, implement that. And then we can circle back to the original plan. Okay, where were we with damage? All right, we got the big questions. We're back to the big questions. What should we call the per life maximum value that healing restores? Maximum health and maximum stamina? Natural maximum health and natural maximum stamina. Use baseline health. Spawn profile maximums for the current life. I think I like natural best because we might put something in that increases the natural amount. How low can the maximum health or stamina be reduced by? Yeah, we could do maximum. 0 is possible. Health and stamina reduced by damage. I think 0 should be possible. Why not? What should we call the effects that restore damaged maximum values? Use recovery for restoring maximum. I think treatment is better. Yep. Is this T3 code, Codex, or this one is a modified version of Codex. Often what we're using is Codex CLI inside of Tabby. But the last 2 streams, we've switched across to a modified version of Codex. Yeah, good question. Poyart, cool name. Hard when you read it at first, but if you speak it out loud, nice. I can tell you're probably pretty proficient with this type of stuff if you're asking a question like that. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two. I'd love to learn. I'm always open to learning stuff. By the way, have you had a chance to play F1 2025 on PC? No, I'm not I don't have a lot of free time to play games, Harry. Unfortunately, I wish I did. But even then, I'd probably be playing Valorant instead of Formula One. Update for you, Seb. I need to take a test today. I was about to recognize handling dangerous goods and finish that test with a score of 95 of 100. God of War, that is a really good score. That is a near perfect score. Very, very cool, man. What a W. Both L games. Turbo, what would you be into? What game, if we were going to play a game together, what would we play? Tell me what a good game is. I'm keen to learn. All right, now we're getting better with our plan. Create a doc combat physics damage system markdown as a canonical damage design and update existing docs so that the game design, combat roadmap, weapon docs, and item pipeline all use that same terminology and rules. Good start. I like it. This is a documentation spec pass only. It will not implement runtime code yet. Correct. Canonical terminology. Use symmetrical stat terms. Current health, natural maximum health. Current stamina, maximum stamina, natural maximum stamina. Natural maximum is the per life profile maximum the player spawned with. Damage can reduce both maximum health and maximum stamina. Treatment is the future mechanic that restores maximum values back towards their natural. Correct. Regeneration is the current value recovery over time, not maximum repair. Correct. Replace wake threshold with unconsciousness threshold. Unconsciousness happens when the current stamina is less than the unconsciousness threshold, not only at 0 stamina. Correct. The new canonical doc, this document with these sections, design goals, being its physics informed, stamina controls, first fights, sharp weapons are rare, health primary exceptions, friendly fire and self-damage, prolonged knockouts, stats model, the current natural maximum health and stamina, maximum wounds, treatment, regeneration, death, and unconsciousness. Here's an interesting question, guys. What about friendly fire, obviously. Solitaire, the only W game. Well, how do we feel? Polyheart, if you like Solitaire, how do you feel about Balatro? There's a pretty interesting question. If you're a fan of Solitaire, have you tried Balatro? You would probably really like it. You'd probably really like it. Okay, here's the question. No, I don't do hard drugs. The game does look like an acid trip. I'm not gonna argue with you on that point. I think you're right. Good call. Very funny. Okay, the question, chat, is should you be able to do self-harm? So if you're careless with a dangerous weapon, like a sharp weapon, should it did someone say Balatro? Say Balatro and Iliad appears. Okay, here's the poll. Should it be possible to accidentally harm yourself using a weapon? Can you accidentally hurt self with weapon? Yes, no. Quick poll. How I imagine this could be funny would be like, it's like a don't run with scissors kind of deal, where if you happen to have a weapon out and you like run around and somebody runs into you and they bump your arm and your arm like stabs your shoulder, then your shoulder takes damage. So like I want sharp weapons. The reason that this is even a question is because I want sharp weapons to be dangerous just in general. And I also want things like, self-damage sounds good if the player has some sort of control over it. Yeah, well, they would. They just have to be. It's just like running with scissors. You have to be careful. You have to be careful when holding the scissors. Have you seen the game yet, Polyheart? Because there's a lot of context. I'm asking these questions to everyone in chat because they've been sitting here for ages and learning about the game as it unfolds. So they have a good concept of what the game is, but it's supposed to be a very chaotic, physics-driven fighting game with a social deduction layer over the top of it. So this is more a question about the chaotic physics-based gameplay. Okay, stats model, current maximum natural health and stamina, maximum wounds, treatment, regeneration, death and unconsciousness. Yes. All right, what do we think? How are the votes coming in? Yes, 3 yes and 1 no. Okay. I would love to hear some more arguments for no, because that's the thing I'm deciding on whether I take that design element out before we go ahead and implement it. It's haven't seen it yet. Do you have something to show already? Yeah, we do. Hold on. I'll where is it? Thought it was running. Oh, we're in the process of fixing the giant farmer. Yeah, I'm in the middle of something. You're gonna have to hang in, but just to give you a little preview, a little sample. It's this is the village in which the game takes place. And so you can imagine there's monsters and there's villagers, and the villagers are, you know what? I'm gonna do the old pitch before we had real things. It's a game like this. This is Poyart, this is what the game is supposed to look and feel like. This is what we're working towards. Not Monsters is a social deduction party game, a bit like Werewolf or Among Us, if you've ever played that. It's trying to create a feeling of chaotic physics-based combat. So a little bit like Party Animals would be a good reference, or Gang Beasts. We want the physics-based combat to feel like that. And then there's an element of like cooperation between villages that feels like Overcooked. Okay, definitely yes, you can hurt yourself with weapons. Got it. Well, I think that'll be really funny anyway. So then we've got, multiplayer game, proximity chat in it. We'll be aiming to make it quite a low price with in-app purchases. So that gives you the context for what's happening here. By the way, are those models from asset packs or did you make them yourself? Did you use a model to generate them? I've noticed Hanyan in Codex, so I'm curious. Yes, we've used a model to generate a lot of them, but as you probably saw, we're also doing a lot of work on the models ourselves as well. So it's there's many phases to the process, but we do use Hanyan in the process to speed up a few steps. So that's very, very helpful for us. But okay, so yes with the weapon damage. But yeah, good questions, Poya. Great questions. So maximum stamina can crawl up to the threshold, but not beyond without treatment. Damage sources. Area 3 damage sources, Area 3D damage source on fist weapons, active motion exceeds the global thresholds. Contact burst rearming, okay. Yep. Damage math, the global damage thresholds, tuned impact score, relative speed, effective mass, sharpness channel split, generated body zones. Yep. Body zone multiplier is hit location tuning. Target vulnerability multiplier is for form, state, softness tuning. If both exist, the final target vulnerability is their product. Yes. All impact emits at contact point, opposite impact direction, force scaled, blunt uses puffs, sharp hard contact, user emit blood. Yep. Host authoritative, correct. Damage core, health and stamina update, unconsciousness, simple death, HUD, VFX, no durability or world impact damage yet. Correct. Okay. Update all of these things. Implement it. Yay. Yay. We got there. So let's see where we're at. Still going. All right. Yep. Okay. That means we're back to this. So this can now export. Edit mode, object mode, export, FBX. Farmer, is his scale right? I think we got his scale right last time. So he's going to come in here, then this import setting for the farmer is going to be bone mapped, skeletal mapped. Yes. Re-import that. This was where we got blocked last time, which requires an editor restart right now, unfortunately. Oh my god, you guys have spent so much freaking time in here. Cool, do you run the model locally or use a hosted service? I've tried spinning up an older version of Hanyan model, but I didn't get it to run. I've run a combination of both, Poyard. This is the kind of stream you're really going to enjoy, man. If you've ticket with that kind of stuff in your free time, you're really going to enjoy what we're doing here. I have used both, and I continue to use both, and I use them selectively. The thing that's really cool that makes my workflow different is this tool, which I've written to manage those kind of things. So this, instead of directly interacting with like agent skills or MCP servers, I interact with the command line tool through my agent using this piece of software that I've written. And then what it does is it will integrate with, so what you were seeing in Codex is the system that enables me to interface with Hanyan agent in a variety of different ways, but the agent, like the Codex agent, decides which one to use. And so then I simply set it up to have different plugins that integrate with the different ecosystems and things that I want to use. And then it goes and delegates work to those things, but it can be called over the command line by the AI agent. Beep. I know. I took it. I said it. I knew I was going to do it, but I said it anyway because I wanted to communicate clearly for Poyart. Okay. Generating 3D models. Hanyan's a good one. Hanyan's a really good one. Meshi is another good place for it, but they can be pretty expensive. You can get decent results with like Microsoft even has one that does okay, but it takes a little bit more work to get right. This exactly. It's definitely a routing layer. But the cool thing it can do is like some models just aren't even available via APIs, or their APIs are really expensive, but for some reason their web interfaces are really affordable. And so you can buy tokens on their website, or you can use their API, and they'll charge you like 2 or 3 times more through the API than the website. This tool in those cases can self-learn with this workflow lab. You can get Codex to use the workflow lab to interact with the web page to learn how to drive the web page to produce the artifacts as well, which is also really cool. So it means you end up getting much more value for your model generations. So like, an example would be that, where were we when we did, this model here, for instance, this one came through Hanyan's like web page instead of their API. So it can do some cool stuff. It can do some really handy stuff. It's pretty easy to get it up and running with Comfy UI. Yeah. I can definitely recommend that. There's template flows that you can just pick on and run, and you can plug in your credentials into Comfy, and then Comfy will just charge you. Those platforms will charge you through Comfy via tokens. Comfy UI is a really great suggestion. Hold on. There we go. That one. Some cool stuff going on here. Yeah, totally, man. I feel like you're the kind of person who will appreciate it as well. So good to see you here. Do you prefer Hanyan to Comfy UI? I use both, Turbo, but what I tend to do is Hanyan will give you some credits, some like recurring credits that refill every day. I'll work on the Hanyan directly, and then when I run out of credits, I'll do it through Comfy UI, mostly because I'm really trying to optimize for cost. Many people won't have that constraint. And so they'll just be able to use it directly through Comfy UI all the time, because I do think the user experience in Comfy UI is better. It's nicer. It's easier to develop in Comfy UI and easier to control things as well. But the one thing that Comfy UI doesn't have, like that was before I had this tool. Now that I have this tool, this lets Codex drive Comfy UI. It lets Codex or Claude, either of them could drive the Hanyan page. It could do any of that, and all I need to do then, like here, I'll show you a great example of what this can do. This can do, for instance, model gen. I can say to it, here's a picture. Use the Blink CLI to generate it. to generate reference images of all the different perspectives, and then I can say use Blink to make a 3D model, and then it will run up workflows that produce these outputs. So this is the model that it produced, and it also produced all of these turnarounds on the left. And so this wouldn't have cost me anything because these images were done through Chat GPT, and this on the right was done through Hunyan with the free tokens that you get daily. It's and that's how I managed to keep costs down as I'm moving through making the game. Is little things like that. And I am investing a few days into making a new tool to handle stuff. But honestly, this tool is just nice because it can let the pretty smart. Yeah, thanks for me. It can let this tool can let your LLM drive the creative process. So you can just make broad requests of it, and as long as it has a lot of context, which mine does, you can get great results. Yeah. All right, where are we? We are trying to integrate through Godot. Where was the pipeline? Did it? It shows why Nexus is stable, including the height mismatch case from your screenshot and the already clicked apply scale path. All right, we'll see if this now works. Do you even need lots of context to run the tool? You don't. That's the beauty of it, Ragathan, because that's this part, right? The workflow lab, it figures it out once instead of just running it like you would if I was using OpenClaw or something. Instead of just driving the browser, it doesn't do that. It creates a repeatable sequence of actions that run inside. It's an automation. It builds the automation, and then it doesn't use any tokens. It just goes to Blink and asks Blink to run the thing. And when Blink is done, it produces the results. So that the token usage drops from significant to almost nothing. It's like the token usage is very, very small with this, which is also really handy. I don't know if you guys know the backstory here, but with my software studio, I spent years building up my earning money and doing commercial projects, and all of it was like, okay, we're gonna make money, and I built a team around capable software developers who can make games, and I was like, we're gonna make a computer game, and then we went and finally did it. We had about $450,000 or something that we put behind it. And then we did it, and a whole bunch of weird convolution of circumstances came about, and I ended up not working on the game nearly at all. I ended up trying to damage control inside of the business. I ended up trying to keep the cash flow in. The game didn't get done in the time that I thought it was going to get done, and we blew through the money. And I could have bought a house and gone and got a cushy job and coasted for the rest of my life on the amount of money that I gambled on making a VR game, and then VR just completely failed as well. And so everything that I had to set me up on this plan to be able to make computer games didn't pan out. And this second time I'm doing it now, I'm trying to be as fast and effective with instead of employing, at one point there were 12 people. Instead of employing a bunch of people to do stuff, I'm trying to do it all as much as possible myself, and I'm trying to do it really cost effectively because I don't have the resources like I used to make a big game. All I have now are these newer tools that are at my disposal, and all the passion and motivation that I had before I went into it, and the realization that I need to find a different way to do it. And that's what this game is. And that's also why my approach is very much build my own tools, try and understand tools, try and be on the bleeding edge of things, but do it in an affordable way. And that's really what you're seeing. I think the amount of money I've actually put into this game is no more than my GPT subscription. It's really just my OpenAI subscription. That's literally it. That's literally all that it's. That's literally all that I've put into this, and then a huge amount of my time. But I have time. I just don't have financial resources like I once did. So here we go. Farmer. Let's go farmer. You know what? While we're here, the search field is working great, but it seems like the input field is duplicated and takes up an unnecessary amount of space on the UI. Directly beneath it, I've noticed that we have a browse field where the text results in what we click. Rather than having this field, let's instead make the search field fill in the field of the browse field, and while searching, change the browse button to a select button. Clicking the select button chooses the first result of the browse options. What happened initially? People just weren't doing the job you paid them to. I'd rather not talk too much about it if that's all right, Jupios, just because, you know, for a whole bunch of reasons. I really don't mind talking about it broadly, just because these are pretty formative things. They've really changed the course of my life and changed my identity. I've changed so much. Like the 2 years before the last year when I moved to Melbourne, everything leading up to my move to Melbourne was a really pretty traumatic sequence of things, and some of it I just can't talk about some of it. VR games is deceptively difficult to make. Very few people actually know what they're doing in that space. Yeah, and even when you do it all right, the scale of success for VR games is a lot lower than other sorts of games. So it's tough. It's a tough space. It's a really tough space. Okay, where are we? We are doing this. I keep getting distracted by improvements. We need to make the actual thing. Make the actual thing. No metadata. Replace the existing one. Regenerate. That should have made this guy small. And it did not. Why did it not? It really didn't. What's up with that? Regenerate. Okay, where is he? Okay, the scale step didn't work, but we can fix the scale step ourselves, honestly. We'll do it the old way in the art test. Oh, that's a big boy. He's a big boy. That's a giant. That's a giant right there. 1.12. Yo, thank you for the follow. Dude, seriously, Poyard, I think you're the kind of person who will enjoy this stream a lot. I appreciate you hitting that follow button. That means a lot to me, man. Thanks. Where is our farmer? There he is. I think you're going to get a lot out of this. I hope so, at least. I hope. And then I also hope I learn a lot from you, man. That's understandable. Sorry you had difficulty on your first run and complications, etc. Yeah, hopefully this works out for you. It looks really good, so I assume it will. Jupios, I'm just like, really, really hoping that it will. I need to do everything in my power and learn from all the ways I failed last time and do a better job this time. An indie VR game is incredibly impressive regardless, Seb. So whatever happen, you shouldn't take away from your work. I appreciate that, Turbo. I think one of the biggest things that I regret about that is that I spent so much time in damage control on the business that I didn't actually get to work as much on the game. My influence on the game was more creative direction. Which is maybe why the process here that we're going through, where we're less on the code and more on the high level architecture, the high level design decisions. That's what I spent the last year before I moved to Melbourne doing, like the last 2 years before I moved to Melbourne doing, rather than writing the code myself. Because I think I have a amazing sense of how to. But this is the thing, opinions on architecture and good designs differ, right? And it can be very hard to be in a position where you don't have the time to do the code yourself, but you're going to be opinionated about how the code base is going to look. It's, that there's a lot that I learned from that project. But yeah. Thank you for following Indeed. Honestly, never looked into VR, just a lack of interest, and I don't really see the attraction. Unless you're at Ready Player One. No, I get that, Jupios. I get that. A lot of people feel like that, which is why the game is very, very hard to sell. Even a great game. So the game's pitch was, it's like arcade light gun shooting games in virtual reality. If you enjoy playing Point Blank and Time Crisis and games like that, we just took that and put that in VR. And I think that's a compelling argument. I really believed so much in it that I bet the farm on that, and I can't find a person that I showed the game to that didn't like it, but it also didn't sell. So it's real hard. Big win. Keep it up. Thank you, Poyat. Yep. Thank you, Goldie, for agreeing with Turbo there on that one. There's some really cool stuff you can do in VR, but it's not really set up well for traditional games. So most people don't have expectations that'll never be fulfilled. Yeah, true. But you led a team. Yeah, I led a team, but I didn't lead my team through a financially successful phase of my company's history, which is really, really tough. It's a hard thing that I have to struggle with, because it wasn't just my money. It's like my best friend put in for the business, right? It was his money too. It's and I love the guy for supporting it, but it also, I don't feel good about that. I feel terrible about that. That for me, I want to do. I don't want to let the people I care about down. And I feel like for that, I failed in the thing that I cared most about. I failed to lead people properly. I failed I failed my friend. I so much in that period. And at the same time, it's like my relationships, because of all the pressure, my relationships in my life failed. I had to give up the lifestyle that I was living because now suddenly all the money was gone. It was it was a lot. So moving to Melbourne has been a breath of fresh air from that thing. I managed to do enough, thankfully, to stabilize the company and get it to survive. But just doing that was a huge fight. It was a huge fight, a really, really long and difficult fight. That was emotionally really, really, really taxing. All right, where are we at? So it also gives maybe a little bit more context as to why I'm building the game this way. It's that's tough, dude. You seem to be doing all the right things. Yeah. What did you learn with that game? Like the whole process of it? I think I learned more of the big picture stuff, like how to think and design a game. That was my influence on that game more than being on the on the actual tools building it. It was more about the design. So I learned a lot of design during that period. Lord of Dark, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I really do. Thanks. That means we're at just yesterday we hit 2,000. We're now 1 or 2 days later and we're at 2020. A day later, huge. Going up fast. I really love the rate that we're growing lately, guys. And I think it has a lot to the game. It has a lot to do with the game looking good. I think it's really great that this is looking awesome. Okay, where are we? Next thing. Import scale is now right. We can reload that. Farmer character, not right. But also, we should be able to generate now. Farmer, hello? I think I can't even close it. Close doc, debug. See, this is interesting. Version control settings. VCS. No version control system plugins are available in the project. Install version control plugins to use. All right, we should probably try that because we've been using version control without any plugins. That would be interesting. All right. Farmer? No. It's probably halfway through engineering this. I should have known better. The import tab now has a single FBX field. Does it? We literally, I think we were right in the middle of, let's reload. All right, here goes. Editor, character pipeline. Okay, here we go. Farmer, nice. Nice, this is what we want. This is what we want. Desired height, 1.4 meters. Import ready. Why can't we do this? Replace, generate. Reload. There he is, and he's the right scale. And the next thing will be the character template. This needs to make sure that the head is selected. Shouldn't that have a picker? Oh, that needs to go under the skeleton, that's why. Where is it? Head, somewhere hiding in here. Left hand. Head. Okay. Head, then the other thing that we need to do is, right now we're going to have the resource, and the resource needs the portrait. Generate the portrait. Then there it is. There's its portrait texture, the character icon. We're going to have to trigger something to run the character icon, to generate the character icon. This might be something we can connect into Blink to do later, but for now I'm just going to farmer icon. He has, that's the fruit seller. Where's the farmer? Oh, that's a stupid thing to search. There's like a fruit basket, right? I think quick search is not the way to go here. Character icon, load. Content. Character, icons, no. Abilities, where's there should be an ability icon in the same folder as he is. That must have been accidentally deleted. Sorry guys, I haven't read chat in a hot minute. I'll be there in a moment. Sorry to anyone who wrote a message and hasn't had it read yet. There he is. That was deleted. Should not have been deleted. Ability icon goes here. And then icon. There we go. Farmer icon. Excellent. Let's give him another test. All right. Iliad, as a former business owner, the fact that you save it is worth a lot. Yeah, we all have stumbles, but the best of us don't let it beat us down and keep pushing. No, thank you, Iliad. I know that like if this game goes well, it'll find its way back into like to supporting Actuator. It's probably going to be an Actuator project at the end of the day, but it's you know it was really really hard to keep it alive, and like me spending 3-4 years grinding to do that at the expense of like, you know, going even deeper and deeper out of you know, like putting more like everything, literally having nothing and then still putting everything into it, and like working without any pay and all of that for so long. It's like it was all part of just keeping it alive long enough to get to the point where I can have a shot at doing something like this. So this is like my recovery from the strain. This is just, I need this for my soul for a little while before I can get back into into any kind of management thing for a while. I was very very lucky that I found an amazing person to keep, you know, to stand at the helm of the ship for a while. So that I can do this, but and that I have a team that stuck through all of that. You know, it's game sure, but also your personality and attitude. Thank you, Plants. Thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, probably like a more secure career path in the future, though, if not already. Don't disrespect the plumbers. There's always plumbing. Yeah, I mean, Jupios is probably right. Like, until the plumbing robots happen, and that's a while out. It's. I'm so glad you fell in love with this game after the jam. It's gotta mean something for sure. Yeah, it did. I enjoyed doing that so much, so much. A part of me is like afraid to like get my heart broken again by another game that doesn't work, but also I realize, you know, I really just like really want to make it work. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Is it me, or is legs still not as good as they can be? I mean, I'm not going to go and redo it because that's minor compared to the hat. The hat was a real issue. Yeah, he feels good. I can be okay with this guy. Yeah, he works. Let's see how he feels picking corn like he's meant to be doing. Fulfilling his purpose in life. He doing the corn. Corn. We love corn. It's got the juice, chat. It's got the juice. It's gonna be fun doing chores with people, like literally trying to like having a person like wrangle these and like put them into the box and another person actually picking them is gonna be fun. I'm pretty sure some just escaped. Did anyone see that? Anyone see that? The corn that got away. Come here, corn. Ooh, did anyone notice that? Was he pointing with his arm even though he was all the way this way? So this'll work, like... His height feels better for this. I mean, there's a process. There's a process here to working fast. There's a process here to working fast. I think I want to put like a little spring on the... and corn. It has corn too. Yes. Yep. For what it's worth, I'm dying to play this with friends. Iliad. Thank you for that sentiment. I hope you and your friends all buy it and love it and have a great time and think it's amazing value. It's worth a lot. That's worth a lot to me, Iliad. It's worth a lot. Did this corn escape again? I swear I picked it up. Did I not come and get this corn previously? Is this glitched corn? How is it glitched? How did that happen? There's something wrong with this corn. Corn. Please, please, sir, let me pick it up. Let me pick up the... All right, so physics glitch, fun. My favorite kind of glitch. The core needs to like bend out of the way of the player as they pass it. Hinge so corn bends away from player. And environment. Corn bends away from player on hinge. Yep, that'll do. Let's see, where's this one at? Okay. What's the next step? That can run there, and then back to damage. Oh my god, we've got damage. We've got damage docs updated. Let's check all that in. That's going to be in docs. Added documentation for damage. Documentation for damage ahead of implementation. Okay, added farmer character. Character catalog. Added farmer character. I just ordered pizza. Oh man, you're gonna make me hungry. I haven't had it properly in more than a month. I don't know when the last time I had pizza was. Will the game be on other platforms? Turbo, I'm aiming on Steam first. Steam first, and then if it works, I'm going to spend the time to make it work on other platforms. It's too risky to try and do cross-platform development for a game that might not succeed. That's one thing I've learned the hard way is I need to validate my idea first. if I validate my idea and then I get a lot of wish lists on Steam and then I get some investment or a publisher, or I can go get a loan and then I can look at other platforms. But I also don't want to divide my time up and do a bunch of work that might be unnecessary. So I'm doing the necessary stuff to get the game playing and working first. And from that point on, we'll consider other things like, consoles. I think this could be a really, really fun console game. So Ben's away on a hinge. Was that a comment? It wasn't associated with code as far as I could tell. At the moment, I'm just using VS Code to track my to-do list. Corn Ben's away from player on a hinge. This is just an itemized list of things that I want to do. I'm being pretty informal with my project management at this point. I'm just jumping in and doing the work. And so that comment there was just about the corn. So if I'm still there, I'll show you. If what I want to have happen is if I'm here and I walk past these corn things, instead of just clipping them, what I want to have happen is the corn bends away from me. That's the plan. And that's what I mean. It's like, and what you do there is you call out a hinge, and then I'll put a physics collider on it, and then I move up to it. It'll push the corn down, and then maybe it'll like snap back up like a hinge joint or a spring would. Maybe spring's the way to go with this. I still need to fix his helmet because it looks like his metallic map is not working. So we need to fix that up. Yeah, it's feeling good, guys. It's feeling good. Okay. Minor user experience improvements to character pipeline. It's weird. Sometimes my spacebar isn't working. Better FBX picker. What else did I do? Better FBX picker. I also clear selected path. No, what was it? There was something else I did here. I guess not. Improved FBX picker in. There we go. That can commit. I'm cleaning up now ahead of a big new change. So let's circle back now to our plan and create the first slice for implementation. Okay. The next step is an acceptable pass. So, all right, restart our app. Let's do another run. That gets closed. It gets run again. The Chrome extension needs a reload now. Manage extensions, remove, load package, select. Excellent. In the intended Chrome file, open the Blink extension pop-up. Yep. We can do that. We got the following. Um, you can go ahead and run this to confirm that it worked using... All right. That means while it's still doing its planning, how did I get on his head? How did I get on his head? How did that happen? What the hell? That was different. Get out from... What the... That was a weird bug. We've never seen that, chat. Ah, get punched. All right, we're going to quit out. Next thing is we're going to get V2 of... So let's get our asset here for... Scarecrow... King. No, that's not king. All right. We're getting to that point. We're getting to that point where okay, what's this refactor here? Oh, yeah, we do want to do this one. I guess we do want to do this one. We're going to do that first, and then next we're going to... Now that there are a lot of runs, I want a feature that lets me search through them. Okay, and then plan that after this. Okay. So many messages. I'm so sorry. The attack animations are so satisfying. Thanks, Turbo. I really... Dude, I'm gonna... Have you heard the term juice in game design? I'm gonna juice the shit out of them. I'm gonna make it so that when the weapon collides with the object, the weapon knocks back and there's a flash of like a puff of smoke. When it's a sharp object, it's gonna have a spark. And when it's occasionally, randomly, it's gonna have a spark. And then it's also just going to have a puff of like impact, an impact puff on everything. And then when we put the layer over the top of it with active ragdoll, it's going to become smoother as well. So it's going to become even smoother. The animation will be even smoother. It will seem like the weapons have weight. So they'll look like they hit with real impact. And then the particle effects, and it's really going to, I'm so far from done, Turbo. It's going to look so satisfying. That people won't. They're gonna have to play it. It's gonna look so satisfying. They're gonna have to play it. You're talking about food. Everyone makes me want to have food. If we go to PAX next year, we might get to T7 in real life. That's true. That's true. Not to mention, Goldie, we're gonna have. Are we gonna do that talk at GCAP? What if we had a PAX booth? What if we had a PAX booth? What do you guys think of that? What if I actually had a booth at PAX? Can you imagine that? Wouldn't that be cool? That would be pretty cool. I reckon we'd get a lot of support from everybody there. At the actual booth, it would be incredible. We'd have people swinging by, hopefully. We might get streamers to come see it at the booth at PAX. Wouldn't that be amazing? I've not heard that term in a long time. You mean juice? Yeah. Will be so important for this part of the game, dude. I'm gonna have a whole juice phase where I spend like a month just making the game juicy. How long do you expect it to take to finish your game? I'm being pretty freaking ambitious with this. Probably gonna miss them all entirely. I'm gonna miss these dates completely, Vermi. But this would be gonna cross my fingers and lock in, and it looks like this. So beta in October for Halloween. would be my ideal goal for this. Yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan. So, yeah. Guys, I might need to get a snack. I'm going to get some food real quick and make myself a tea. I'm going to be back in 10 minutes. Do you think you guys can hang in for 10 minutes while I do that? When I'm back, we're going to do the king. That is not a king. That is totally not our king. He can get a big delete because that's not our king model. What happened there? That's strange. Okay. How did I don't usually get names wrong like that. What have we got? It would have been before this, right? That's probably why. This is... Can get a rename to blacksmith. Blacksmith model. All right, I guess we don't have our king. I thought we did, but... all right. Sorry about making you hungry, but definitely can wait. No, look, all right. I do need some snacks. I do need some snacks. Okay, we've got some... Ooh. Includes the all-room host lightweight combat simulation now, making the first slice larger and riskier but closer to the document. Builds profiles, vital services, pure damage math, serialization and tests without live hit detection, HUD, or gameplay feedback. I think we want the core vertical. It's fine to do this staged, but we should work towards a core vertical. Let's do this in a staged plan with phases. All right, there's going to be more questions here in just a hot minute, I'm sure. Okay. The workflow attempted, yes. Login slice still not passing. Did it do that? I'm not sure it did. Create a plan for this. That can go. And then be right back. Be back in 10 minutes, guys. See you guys soon with a little bit of food and a drink. 10 minutes starts meow.
Dreaming in Base cold world, come step within. Press start. Let's begin. From code to game, the spark takes flight. Building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step with.
And we're back. And we got tea. We got tea, chat. We've got teas. Hold on. Welcome back. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Pinned message. Sadly, no GCAP for you, Goldie. What? Okay, your team can't go. That sucks. That's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to putting together the like streamers and the streamers and content and game developers panel. Remember we were talking about that next year? Foods Turbo, yeah. It gets the words wrong sometimes. It's a bit of a weird one, Turbo. I've got yogurt and fruits, and green screen blur. Yogurt and chopped up fruit and green tea. Yes. You can still want to do one of the panels. Yep. I'll see what we can do about PAX, Goldie. I mean, GCAP. There's ongoing talks about a thing, and yeah, would be interesting. Okay, here we go. So that's first step. Hold up. Okay, so this here is going to be our workflow libraries. Run template library. Let's see if we can, I mean, probably shouldn't have committed that till I tested it, but okay. Chatting screen, Seb? Yeah, sorry guys. I was really just responding to some things that popped up. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Okay, so now, I mean, that button looks ugly as fuck, but it's a thing. She ain't built to be beautiful yet, guys. So let's see, we've got Where's the one that produced an actual model? Not that one. Not that one. That did a turnaround. So save to library. Oh, that's very ugly. That needs some work. Okay. So before we move on to that, we need to tidy up our library a little bit. Rather than a large button to save, I want a simple small save icon right next to the current button. Resubmit new button. The library should also be a drawer that folds out from the bottom rather than a persistent component of the UI. Okay. All good, all good. Nice, nice. Okay. And here's the next thing. Routed window reliability plan. Okay. What routed Hunyan page never connects back? Manual acceptance. Reload the unpacked extension after changes. Confirm the pop-up. Implement. Okay. How should the bottom library drawer open to occupy space? Clicking opens a tall bottom sheet modal style drawer for managing many saved entries. Not that. A small fixed library tab / footer with count. Clicking expands the bottom drawer over the current page. Bottom tab. I think a toast is fine. Where should the saved icon sit relative to the resubmit button? Adjacent meaning beside it, yes. Beside the resubmit button in the same action row. Sit it just to the right of the resubmit button. Okay. All right, let's have a look. First damage implementation slice. Build the damage epic as a staged vertical slice. The final slice must be playable and canonical enough to support real shooting, authoritative health and stamina state, real damage sources and zones, threshold-based consciousness, simple death, hard feedback, simple hit VFX, and all room host validation through the attacker reported candidates. Durability blocking world impact damage and host rewind stay deferred. Core contracts and profile. Add the damage things. Add the math for the vitals. And vital services, okay. Organ authority. Key rules. First tuning uses 100-point health and stamina scale. Existing forms start with the same default combat profile per character tuning, so later, yes. Form changes do not change health or stamina. Let's do it. Send it. Send it, guys. Pretty scary. Pretty exciting. Okay. Oh, what the hell? What's it talking about there? There's no real. God, I should just fix the. Blacksmith up and get him in. Where's our blacksmith? Blacksmith. Where is he? There we go. And then that should be enough to just do this. We don't need metallic 3 anymore. Fix up materials on blacksmith. What do we change on? Oh yeah, some of those defaults. Improved character template defaults. And then those can just go, because they're not the right ones anyway. Good morning, Jacob. How are you? Ooh, Harry, what is that? Is that a chicken? A delicious chicken? Jabasted? Who the hell is... What's that jabasted about? That's different. That is different. Good morning, Jacob. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm okay, I guess. Sometimes you answer like that, Jacob, and I think maybe you're not okay, because I guess is not the most enthusiastic answer. What happened today? Are you good? Mm-hmm. Ragathan, yes. And I keep them around in a persistent way. So like you can see for designs, I keep designs. Hold on, I'll try and For designs, I keep different folders with groups of designs together. And I'll write a lot of these. I'll actually go and like write through them, write them manually and maintain them. So things like the backlog, the game design document, it needs a little cleanup, to tell you the truth. There's could be some folders here for like, you know what? We're going to do that while we're at it. Our docs folder is a little bit disorganized at the moment. There's a lot of markdown files at the top level that could be put into grouped folders. Let's start there. And so, yeah, I keep a lot of this documentation around. And it informs a lot of designs. I'll refer to them and I'll have it read through docs when constructing plans. But yeah, I often when I have a big plan that's going to run it's going to run across lots of different steps. I make it write it all down first, and then I update them. They are more design documents and less to-do lists. There was a time when LLMs were worse, where I did actually make them create to-do lists and stick to them. But, and that worked then because they would too easily they'd lose track. They'd lose track of what they're doing and they go wander off and do something else. And so having a to-do list kept them on task. But I find more modern LLMs, and I'm talking from like 4.3 onwards, 5.3 from GPT 5.3 onwards, they actually stay on task a lot better, and they can just use the context of the documentation a lot more effectively than they could previously, and still stay on task. So yet they need to remain a little bit adaptable. If you give them a task list, they'll stick to a rigid task list and not deviate from it, and that's not actually good. They need to be able to adapt because they have enough intelligence to change the course of their designs without changing the course of their intent and of the implementation, if that makes sense. So to-do lists are a bit too rigid for the more advanced models, but for older models like 4.2, I like the 4.3, those are, am I talking about the right model versions? I'm now talking about, you know what I mean though. You know what I mean. Okay. Domain buckets. Leave the structure mostly unchanged. Introduce new groups for documents that relate to the same top-level feature, such as multiplayer. Move documents appropriately into that folder. Do the same with other top-level feature concepts. Okay. Moves only the... Moves only, we already have a README and agents file at the top level of the project. This is just a rearranging of the documents folder structure to be a bit neater. Don't change the shape of the documents, just tidy up a bit. Okay. I've been torn on mine since sometimes the agents tend to go back and re-verify old to-do lists that have been completed for a long time. Yeah, but the game design document has been working well. So I think I'll just have to convert them to-do lists into a design document once done. Yeah, don't keep like I don't know what models you're using now, Ragathan, but don't use don't use your documentation as to-do lists. Like, don't do it. I think it doesn't work very well anymore. There was a time where it worked. It just doesn't work in a modern like in the last few months. It's changed in a way that it doesn't make sense anymore. Right. Insanely fast, but went absolutely off the rails with everything they did. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. I would say also, Ragathan, if you're giving your LLM control of to-do lists, you're probably not overseeing it tightly enough. Choking here. Excuse me, guys. I like personally, I don't like it taking more than one step at a time. So there's no point having a to-do list for your agent. The to-do list is for you. Oh, hold on. Are you saying it goes on rails? Insanely fast, but went absolutely on rails with everything they did. Right, I think I see what you mean. You're saying they weren't creative enough. They were a little bit too strict with the way that they were working. Okay, I got it. Thank you for clarifying. It followed the instructions to the letter no matter what, so it didn't actually figure out problems. Gotcha. Yeah. By the way, you've got a question, Harry. How did you get your very first client? And what's the most difficult type of client to deal with? So I was working at a game studio at the time, and I had just shipped Gun Club, and before that, Mini Motor Racing, and they had like massive numbers of users and downloads. And a construction company, a friend had just like moved into a really senior position at a construction company, and he needed some software written to manage their it was like quality assurance. It was like a bunch of checklists and paperwork that they were sending around. It's like 5 different documents. And so what we did was we consolidated it all into one app that ran on mobile phones and gave that to all the site managers and let them do all their quality assurance in that app, and then sent an email and it was done. Really pretty simple, but at the time it was like, I wasn't as good as I am now, and they hadn't done anything digital, so they were blown away by it. And essentially what happened was I made some software. I made computer games that were really good, and a friend of mine knew how difficult it was to do that and had the need for something simpler and easier. And he just said, I bet you could do this. Do you want to do this? And I was like, okay, yeah. And then that turned into more and more automation and more things, and more I helped bring that business like away from paperwork into digital stuff. And then eventually it got to the point where we were automating their payroll. And at that point they were just like, you know what, we're just going to start a new business. How about you come and co-found a business with us? And that was the thing that actually took me away from computer games in the first place. And I kind of regret that, because the team that I was working with there are still working together today. They're still absolutely incredible. And I'm talking like 15 years, the same one game development team has been working together, and all of them have done really, really well. They all like own homes, and they all get to do what we're doing right now. Just make games. They've been able to do that their entire life without the struggle of trying to run businesses and stuff like that. So, hindsight's 2020. Bro, are you like a coding wizard? Great progress made. Excited for the final release. Thank you, Direct Gank. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's I am liking our progress. It's good. Should have read that plan, but it's only documentation. Yeah, this is more better. This is better. Though I think the game design document should be at the top level potentially. And then, yeah, at least the agents points to it, and then that's fine. Okay. This already has gone ham. It's going crazy on this bitch. Look at that. Look at all them chickens. Excuse me. I gotta keep my voice down. It's getting late. This one, we've spent so much time writing standards, writing codes, documenting how things should happen, writing exploring how exactly this complicated system needs to work. I would say we've probably spent about 8 hours on design for this. 8 hours on design for this so far. I really hope it comes together quite cleanly. So far, so good. I'm seeing the things that have been discussed so far. This is so that we can kill him. This is so death works. Oh, hold on. Repeat cooldown. I'm not sure what that's for. That's an odd change. Damage reader. Damage control. Is control blocked? Why would control block the... All right. We gotta spend a bit of time figuring that out. Ooh, it's doing UI. Here's the UI that we designed. And it's probably going to reuse the existing one, which is great. Here we've got our changes to UI in terms of our state systems. Here we've got the new network runtime. This one's gonna get pretty big. This one's gonna get pretty big. I can't wait to see the tests. The tests are gonna be great. This one's too defensive for my taste. I really don't like this style. I really don't like this style of coding. This really defensive style of coding. But I do kind of like this pattern where it puts like everything in records and keeps the records in this like these big dictionaries. And this is like how it buffers up the messages, which is quite cool. This will also be how it keeps track of the. This will be what's used for rewinding. So remember earlier we were talking about how we're going to have a hybrid authority for damage with client-side hits and then host-side validation. So it's going to be the hit will actually be determined on the client side, and then on the host side, it's going to be like, is this possible? Like, did this person hit the enemy in the head, but they're standing on the other end of the map? It will, every time a hit gets done, it will be able to, the hit will be reported with a particular time when it happened, and then the host will rewind time by going back through these records to see where the object was when the attack was made. I'm thinking that's what this is for here. Yeah, the damage records over. So that's, I can understand why the system is so long, because instead of processing things, it's kind of like buffering them in those dictionaries. Okay, and then we've got our damage adapter. I can't wait to read what that's about. Here we go. Try get active game. Okay, what does it need that for? And then we've got our damage service, our damage record. This is exactly what a bit of like a damage report is going to look like. I have another simple question. If you were selling something, or if you had to sell a simple pen, how would you market it to make people actually want it? What's more important in marketing, the product itself or the story behind it? There's a really good book called Building a Brand Story. And I think, yeah, I'll find it for you. Where can we find a link to this? Building a Brand Story. I'll link it, Harry. This one argues that do you think that good marketing can sell anything, even a basic pen? I think you still need, like, marketing is really, really, really important. The narrative that you can create in the mind of the customer, like, it's critical. You have to do a lot to make a person purchase, and it's a lot more than just having a product. But I also think it's very hard to sell a bad product. You know, you can do all the marketing in the world. It's kind of like product quality multiplied by marketing effectiveness equals sales, to oversimplify it. But and the other book was this one was called Alchemy. I think these two books are about, like, very relevant to marketing stuff. Harry, if you're interested in this kind of thing, I'd recommend reading them. So that's second one. And I think good marketing can sell almost anything, but it's, it's, hold on, Turbo, I see you got a message there. Are meta ads still worth it in 2026, by the way? I've never run a meta ad ever. Maybe that's why my game didn't sell. Maybe I needed to run ads. I've found advertising has always been like throwing money into a black hole. I don't think any marketing spend that I ever spent with my company saw a return. It's always word of mouth that worked for us. And I do think that the story is really important. I think that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And the fact that they spent their money just proves that their values align. It's like, so when you create something, it's often a person makes an emotional decision about something, Harry, before they make a financial decision about it. And what tends to happen is they come to a conclusion with their heart and then they justify it with their head. And you can have a good product, and that's where the head decision comes into it. But before you can activate a sale, it doesn't matter if it's the best product. It matters if the person has some kind of emotional response to it. And so, yeah, I think the story can be as important as the product, but you need both to really be successful. You need something called product market fit. You have to have this idea that there's a marketplace and a thing that you've created, and the thing you created fits into the market. Without that, you can't even, like, doesn't matter how good your story is. It's like, I can tell I've got this new, like, uranium chocolate bar that'll give you cancer, but it's delicious. And the story, I grew up in Chernobyl and found that the local flora and fauna was so much better when radiated. So I decided I'll make a candy bar. It's like, you can't, it doesn't, the story doesn't, it helps get something across the line, but you have to have something fundamental there before you can do that. You have to be of a certain size before ads have the potential to take effect. Yeah, potentially Ragathon, but it also, like, it depends on what you're selling. Complex sales, where you're trying to sell like one big thing to a small number of people, advertising works far less effectively in that context. When you're trying to sell a little thing to 1,000 people, then advertising becomes more effective, And I always, like, my business is always, we'll sell software development contracts that might be $100,000 or more sometimes. And you have to have a very, very convincing pitch, but they also have to believe in you and your team. And the belief in you and your team is what really makes the sale. And then the fact that you can produce the documentation or the pitch or the project scope that backs that you can do the thing is just the thing that they need to get past to pull the trigger to like, they're trying to validate what they already believe, you know? It's okay, some sellers are just doing it for the sell bonus. So they're a very good story. So you buy the item and hope this helps a bit. Yeah. Business to business space ads are pretty much useless. Very, very true, Ragathan. That's where I found myself. Turbo, you did animation and game development in uni. How did you learn everything you know about software development? Just trying to like make stuff, Turbo. You just got to make stuff and break stuff and fail. You just got to like fail really quick. Just keep trying stuff and keep getting it wrong. And then eventually you get it less wrong. And then you do more and more stuff. And eventually you get really good. You know, it might seem fancy, but that's the short answer. Ooh, here we go. We just added all of our combat profiles to our characters. Hell yeah. And we've got weapons that have damage on them. Damage sources. Can you believe it? This one is a simple reordered our documentation. That gets a stage. That gets a stage. Reordered our documentation. Reordered. Get that out of the way. So now we're really just looking at changes. All right. So we've got 2 more runtimes. The damage network runtime and the hit VFX network runtime. Is that a network runtime? So for this architecture, guys, we're using runtimes to do everything related to the engine. And then we're trying to abstract as much as we can away from the engine into C#, because those are the systems that I've documented really well and what the agent can work quite effectively with. Going to conferences, on the other hand, seems to be a gold mine. It really can be, Ragathan, yeah. For software sales, I don't know. I don't think I've been to a ton of conferences. I've been to a bunch of game development conferences. I've been to a bunch of conferences, and even those don't work out. What really has worked for me is the personal network that I have. That's where it really ends up working. I appreciate that, Seb. I really enjoy learning. So I'm glad you're basically saying it's possible without doing another degree. Yeah, Turbo, I wouldn't... The degree was useful in that it gave you objectives and deadlines. It gave you like, learn this thing and you have to have learned it by this time. But you can create those objectives and deadlines for yourself more effectively with projects where you'll learn more. I learned more in my uni degree. Where it was really effective is it brought me together with a team of people who I managed to like get to rally behind an idea and, not they had their own idea. I got them I united people in a useful way. And that was a very useful skill, was like, people have these like terrible ideas about group projects. But I had one group project where we made such an amazing game, and literally these guys were incredible. 3 of them traveled an hour and a half at least every week to spend 3 days a week at my house, sitting, with, fast hanging around and all of that. We were just sitting there making computer games. And they did this for pretty much a year. 2 semesters we did this for, making this computer game. And, I got more out of that experience than anything else. But we were working on an assignment. We were trying to get things done. It was like, that was really good. But you can do the same thing, Turbo, if you want, by just joining a game jam. Just go do a game jam and then do another one and another one. And like 1 in 5 game jams, you can be like, this is the game. This is a great game. I love these people. I like working with you and I like working with you. And hey, you guys, how about we work together and we make another thing, right? That's a really good way to do it. And you don't need a uni degree for it. By the way, what's the hardest part about building trust in a B2B when you're still new? I think you have to, the hardest part is demonstrating that you can do the thing that they need to do. You have to demonstrate expertise. It's not enough to say that you can do something. You need to show that you can do it. So you have to have runs on the board. You have to have made something bigger than the thing that they want you to make. And sometimes, you know, the thing that you want to make needs to be bigger than they wanted it to be. And that's how you get it to like, that's how you get this thing to like grow. And I think then once you have runs on the board, Harry, I think that creates trust, because now you actually have proof that you can do the thing that you say. You're not just saying it, you know? My Steam scored 4 free Quest 3s. My Steam scored 4 free Quest 3s from a meeting with Meta. Oh, your team scored 4 Quest 3s. See, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah. We're a consulting firm, and we usually have gone to conferences together with clients and share spaces in their booths. That makes sense, Ragathon. I've done that too. I haven't found that any new work comes out of that though. If you show Lost Girl, the actors attend a panel, but nobody knew about their show. After that, the show blew up. I don't know that, God of War. No, I don't know that. It sounds like a computer game making LAN. It was, Jacob. It felt like a LAN, like for a year, where we'd spend half a week every week for a year. It was amazing. I learned so much in that period of time, more than I'd ever learned before, more than I learned in the rest of the uni degree, honestly. Got to work your way up and have projects for that really, really helps. What Ragathon is saying is very true. You're doing another 4 a.m. stream, by the way. I don't know, another hour at least, 1 hour at least. I'm aiming for 3, and we'll see what happens. Pretty excited by this, seeing where this goes. So we'll see. But I think we could have the first slice ready fairly soon, which would be really cool. I'm kind of like, I'm hanging here near the test folder because I really want to see what the tests wind up being. Is going to be cool. Only one service. I thought we had 2 services. See, I saw, there's 2 runtimes. Okay. This is looking, so far, really neat. I'm seeing lots of new files and not a lot of modifications, which is exactly what we want to see. This implementation is going great so far. Really appreciate the advice. Thank you. No problem, Harry. No problem. All right, let's get a squiz here. Thank you. That's completed now. Okay. The controller. Okay. Let's update this. While this is working, we can do this next thing. Restart Blink. Confirm Chrome version shows 0.1.4. All right, we're gonna do this while we have a minute. We have reloaded the front-end client and the Chrome extension. Move forward with your validations. Okay, where is this? So, yes on that. That folder rename needs to sit pinned, because I got to get back to that. I think that can unpin. No, we've still got something waiting here. That one's for tomorrow. I think the 3D renderer is a great success, so that one can go. This one's been, yeah, a bit time consuming. Also, thank you for your answers. They were very helpful. I'll make sure to read the books you recommended, Seb. You don't have to read through all of them like end to end, Harry, but I did, and I found them useful. With books, sometimes if you spend the time to get the beginning and get the gist of it, then like you can decide how much more you want to invest in doing it. But those things help me think about like positioning products and sales, especially like alchemy. Alchemy is about looking at problems from different angles, and that can be really useful in product design. Building a brand story helped me figure out how, you know, it honestly, building a brand story affected the way that I built this stream a lot. Your names here, these leaderboards, the fact that there's personalization in every one of these messages, all of those things, guys, they came from building a brand story. Building a brand story is like, if you want to have a good brand, the worst thing that you can do is make it about your product. In this case, on a streamer's product is the streamer, right? A streamer's product is their personality. It's the thing they're doing. And building a brand story says that what you need to do is not make it about the product. You need to make it about the person you have to build a story where that person is a central part of the story, right? How that relates to streaming is like, every one of you has your own lives. You're doing your own things. You have grand ambitions and dreams and things that you want to do, right? Every one of you has a story that you bring into this. You're the main character. Everybody's the main character in their own story. And what I'm trying to do here is create a space where you guys can come here with your own projects and your own ideas. And you can, if you're struggling to see how things are done, or you want to see how somebody else is doing it, or you want some kind of motivation, like, these are the things that I can offer to you. This stream isn't about me. This stream is about you. And by doing that, I think I can make the brand good. There are lots of content creators where it's all about them, and I don't think that that's the best way. I think the best way genuinely is to make it about the viewer, not about the creator. And that's essentially what building the brand story, that book says. Is like, if you want to really make a great product, figure out how people's stories, and if you want to sell a great product, tell the story of the customer, and then use your product as the thing that helps them through the story. For instance, Nike is a great example. Nike is a brand. Do you guys know the god Nike? Like, he's a Greek god of victory, right? Or she? Anyway, Nike is the Greek god of victory. That's what Nike means. It's victory. Nike, its entire brand is about celebrating incredible athletes. It's about people performing at the peak of their of human ability, right? And what you essentially get there is, if you want to run the fastest in the world, if you're going to lift the heaviest, if you're going to be the best possible athlete, great athletes need great gear, and Nike can provide you that gear. But the brand isn't about the gear. The brand is about the athlete, right? And that's how they sell shoes. That's how they sell shirts. The shirt, you don't buy a Nike shirt because you're because it's the best quality. You don't buy the Nike shirt because it's like, You buy it because you're celebrating athleticism and you want to be seen as the kind of person who is an athlete. It's yeah, it if that makes sense. Okay, here we go. Did I see a pop up an alert? Okay, base code. The name Nike comes from the Greek goddess of victory, Nike. Yeah, you were spot on. Yeah, it's like they celebrate victory and athleticism. It's like if you want to win, if you want to be at the top of your game, like here's a great product to support you. It's the product isn't about their product. It's like Apple computers. You know, they don't say Apple doesn't sell a computer by saying like we have the fastest the fastest CPUs and we have the best RAM and we have the nicest keyboards. They essentially they say, are you the underdog? Do you think differently? Are you the outlier? Are you somebody special who has great dreams and great ambitions and does great things? If you are, then we have an amazing product that will help you do that. It's the best thing. It's this. Yeah, this actually changed the way I think dramatically. You have to start with why a person. Simon Sinek, this guy. This is such a short TED talk. We can probably find a shorter one. This one, 7 minutes. While we're waiting for this next slice, let's just check in on it and make sure that it's run. That's working. This is working. Okay, that's fixed, but we need to wait for... This one needs to wait for this one to run. So we are up to speed. Good time to do this. I'll answer your question in a second, Turbo. You saw this one already, Harry? Yeah, and that is like the. I think that's the best answer to your question, Harry. Is like I think if you really want to sell something, understand like the best way to do it is go from values out instead of from product in. Um, Also, Simon Sinek has a book which I really recommend called "Start with the Why." Um, Very good book. Oh, this one's coming along. Let's go look at this change. Oh God, this is gonna be exciting. This is gonna be exciting. What about when it comes to food in a shop? Do people look at something that appeals and think I'm buying this because of why, not because of what I want to eat? Yeah, absolutely, Turbo. Look at Fass. Look at Fass. Whenever she shops, even when she buys food, what's the first thing she considers? What's the very first thing she considers? She thinks, was an animal harmed in making this thing, right? She definitely, all of her purchasing decisions, even when it comes to food, they're motivated by her values, right? And it's the same thing too with like you know, you go and you eat Japanese food because you like the Japanese culture. You go and you know, you buy a steak because you think you're like macho, and it's like that's the opposite polar end of the purpose driven like zeitgeist that drives purchasing decisions. I think even when it comes to food, Turbo, it's a bit like that. The first thing I considered is I just want to eat though. Yeah, but like you don't eat when you go and eat, you still there's a lot that informs what you purchase. You don't just purchase the first food you see. You make you make oh my god. Is it done? It is done. The Hunyan plugin is too. All right. Current status still shows Chrome running extension. That. This thing. Why is it taking so long? Okay, here goes. I think we're actually up to this, guys. Okay. I am pretty dyslexic from time to time, Sergius. That's absolutely right. I tend to speed read, and you can probably hear me reading things out loud here all the time. That's wrong, but I think it's better to move fast. If I slowed down, I would be not dyslexic, but I just would move too slowly. I move too slowly as it is, so when I read, I try and consume information very quick, and it's I'm very error prone when it comes to that, Sergius. You're absolutely right. Applies instead of apples. Did I say? Well, it didn't actually, to be fair, that didn't actually say apples, did it? That said applies. Sorry, it said apples instead of applies. Do you look at some apples and yes, right, I see. And think I'm buying these because why not? Because I want to eat something or alive or anything. I do think people even, you're right. I see what you're saying now. I am pretty dyslexic, Sergius. Applies instead of apples. Yep. I had seen Simon Sinek before, but I couldn't remember his name. Thanks. No, all good. I've read like 3 or 4 of his books. I really liked them. And I think you would like them too, Harry. I think you would like them too. Okay, why do I have 2 of these windows open? Accidentally opened Godot twice. Weird. Here goes. Let's read this thing. Okay, implemented the first damage vertical slice. Damage resolver and service contracts, network runtime, avatar damage adapter, combat profiles, HUD control gates, hit VFX, generated body zones and fist sources, weapon damage sources and default profile assignments for existing forms. Holy shit. Also added focus coverage, a bunch of tests, known validation caveats. The full unit suite has still has 2 non-damage failures in character skeleton path audit tests. All right, we are gonna want to fix. We're gonna want to fix that. Running unit tests are reporting errors in run the test suite, detect and fix these errors. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so what I'm reading here, guys, is it's going to be possible for me to go for 2 characters to punch one another. Pretty exciting. Even is saying things out loud when I send in DMs. Do I still do dyslexic things then, God of War? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Just can't change this about myself. It's just a fact I must accept. But at the same time, I'm buying based on my own reasons of why I want that food. I'm not buying thinking of the company's why. But if the company communicates its why in a way that resonates with you, then you'll buy their product. The company hasn't changed what you want. They've just positioned themselves in a way that you want what they represent. That's the sleight of hand in marketing, Turbo. If they can convince you that you're aligned, that the things you value, that they can help you with your story, then you're going to be more likely to make a... No one's thinking that in the supermarket. They absolutely are. If I walk through the cereal aisle and I think of myself as an athlete, I'm buying the Nutri-Grain. You know, it's if I'm a vegetarian, I'm not buying the steak. I'm buying the quinoa. It permeates it all. It permeates it all on a really subconscious level, Turbo. Yeah. Okay. Harry always asks the most interesting questions and sparks the most interesting conversations. Oh my God, we're about to see it. Who's ready? Who's ready? Are you ready? I'm not ready. I'm not ready. My body is not ready. Maybe we go right here. Get me out of the way. Oh God, his hand is hitting himself. The hand is colliding with his body. Do you see the particles? And it's hurting his stamina. It's hurting his stamina, guys, when he moves. And now, oh my God, we're gonna stand right here. And he's gonna beat the crap out of him. Ready, guys? Ready? It's happening. It's happening. Did it work? Did he die? What happened? The stamina bars are working. And he's under the threshold, so now he's knocked out. And now he's okay again. So it's actually functioning. Okay. Hype, Yeah, bit of hype. So these values need so much tweaking now. So he's recovering. If you move, you punch yourself, which is an issue. So self-damage might have to go. He's knocked out again. I think self-damage is occurring with, yeah, okay, so first things first, stage all of this, because this is a great increment, great slice. The first tweak we need to make is that a player cannot damage themselves. Right now, with the size of the collider, the hands simply moving around are causing stamina damage to occur. Okay. Whew. Okay, no, we're agreeing, Turbo, but I'm still saying that I think what you were saying before is nobody's thinking that in a supermarket, and what I'm saying is what brands do is they position themselves in ways that they align with people's values. So with buying the Nutri-Grain instead of the Fruity Loops, it's, Nutri-Grain's actually probably, in terms of like calories and sugar, pretty close to Fruity Loops. But they make that purchasing decision, and so the company is positioning itself in that way. And I'm just saying that's the marketing, and people are thinking about like what's the why of Nutri-Grain when they purchase Nutri-Grain. They purchase Nutri-Grain because its why aligns with their why. I guess that's all I'm saying. And I think when you're saying that no one's thinking that in the supermarket, I think that they are, and that might not be true, but I think that that's the case, because if I reflect on my own thoughts and behaviors and patterns, and I look at the behaviors and patterns of people around me, that seems to be true. Hey Seb, any reason you chose .NET Godot over Godot script? Super Valley, welcome in. I have written so much C# in my life. More C, must be millions of lines of C# at this point. And that's the real reason, Super Valley. I know C# better than I know English. I've said that a few times. I actually think it's true. I'm just really, 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 really familiar with the language. So it didn't make sense for me to use anything else if it was available. The company wires disguised into the product, the illusion of choice. Yeah. No, totally, Turbo. It's a cool point. It's a cool point. Like I see where you're coming from, but I think if you really step back and look at what companies are doing when they create those brands, they're really just like, they're not changing what the behavior of they're not changing the desires of the consumer. They're positioning themselves in a way that their value proposition aligns with what the user believes in, Supermarkets put things, that's absolutely right. They put their most profitable products right in the front. I don't see you write a single line of code. It's all, Super Valley lately, but it's because of this. It's because the reason that that's the case, Super Valley, is because I spent so long defining this stuff, like style guides with like, rules of like, do this, don't do that. I've gone into like a huge amount of detail where I've written this stuff like myself about how states should be managed, how services should be implemented, how the architecture needs to be done, how you need to validate things. I've gone and spent a huge amount of time defining the standards that the project uses so that it writes things the way that I would write them. And now that I've put all of that time into getting it working the way that I want, and talking about how like defining a really, 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 really clear style guide. Now I can with a little bit more confidence get it to write code the way that I would write code. And I'm just going to understand. I'm going to find instances where it deviates from what I want so much more quickly because I'm that fluent in C#. And so it's today it's just reviews for Claude. Yeah. It's like that, Super Valley. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm writing a lot less. I'm noticing that I'm writing a lot less C# than I used to. But if you need evidence for how much I feel like code was a part of my life, like just look at the name of the channel. It's okay. That's why you have advertisements, to give people the idea in a person. To give people that idea in person or in other ways. Okay, I guess so, but it's not so much of a requirement for the industry because food ads are so overlaid and people automatically zone out or ignore food ads most of the time. I don't know. I think on a subconscious level they hit. Like if you've seen that hot and spicy chicken wing like 1,000 times and you're really hungry and you drive by the KFC, you're a little bit more likely to go get your popcorn chicken than you would if you hadn't had that being, you now you even know that there's popcorn chicken there. It's if you're going to make any type of food, make sure it has a large label that says arsenic free. Have you seen what the cigarette industry did with labels and danger, and the way that they spun these like really strict government requirements into something that actually helped them sell products? Wild. I think there was, what was it called? The Mad Men, that TV show, like goes into it. It imagines the first people who did that little sleight of hand with sales. It's it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And there goes proving I can read code better than English. See, I just misread that sentence. And there he goes, proving he can read code better than English. Yep, it's definitely, English is my second language, guys. As long as you're the only one with that label on the shelf, you'll be considered top quality. Ragithan, I feel like that's a terrible marketing decision. I think so. Yeah, I don't know. But I do see it on like shampoos and stuff. I'll look at a shampoo bottle and it'll be like, free from these 10 things. You have no idea what they are. But some people really care about that. It's, okay. We're going to prevent avatars from damaging themselves through damaged sources. In the local hit candidate update, player avatar damage adapter. Keep that skip. Yes. We might even have to reduce the size of their collider after this as well. At the moment, it's really nice and large, but we'll see what happens at the end. The current blacksmith character and non-canonical skeleton paths and the template hand attachments assertions now tolerate Godot authored node metadata like unique ID. Two existing compile warnings still print. Okay. Cool. That one's done. That one's done. This one's still doing its thing. This one takes a real long time to run. This one's next. Okay, that was nice and quick. Let's go. Harness. Auto matchmake harness. Quick run. Skip by all the rest. Oh, hold on. Are we in? Okay. All right. We ready? Let's attack him. All right, I'm going to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. Okay, here goes. Punch, punch, punch. Look at his stamina go down, and now he's out. He's out cold. Okay, great. The damage is way too much. We can knock him out in like a hit. See his health recover? And now he's going to be... And now he's back conscious again. He's regained consciousness. And his maximum health has decreased. So he can now not heal to the same point because he got hit. Which is great. So he's got injuries. All right, one more time. It's taken down his stamina. It's got, and we see the particles too. Now his health is going down. When his health is down, he's still getting beaten up. He's getting beaten to frickin' death. Hold on, he's about to pass the point where he won't recover. Now he will recover from consciousness. He was nearly going to be beaten to complete death. So this is in, guys. This is in. This is like at the point where I think we're pretty close to having some actual combat here. So that's cool. That's pretty cool. Fast food ads I pay attention to be honest. Yeah. I've learned a few things today. Very cool. Yup. Bios het maar door correct Nederlands voor te lezen. Het maar door correct Nederlands voor te lezen. Something about reading Dutch. Hold on. Bios het maar door. Maybe this was something about if you speak Dutch, you'll read it better. Okay. So now we're going to try one more thing. This poor doctor. He's not going to have a good time here. We're going to pick up these axes. Oh my God. Are you ready? Are we ready, chat? Boom! Oh, that took all his health. He just instantly died. He just died. It was just instant death. He's dead. That's it. Did you see his health go? Did you see his health go, chat? He dead. No more particle effects on the corpse, apparently. He dead. He dead, chat. Wow. So I do see some errors. I see some errors in the command line. We might need to fix those up before we progress. Let's do that again. This is like at the point where I can play with someone and we could kill each other. All right, something else went wrong here. This should have done host migration. So let's go inspect some of the errors that we have. Add candidate authority. Okay. There's a lot of that error. But it did work. There's an error here. And then a lot of these are just like this one's an actual error. I think some of them are also just placeholders. Okay, wow. We need to tweak damage a lot. Massacre, right? Let's do it one more time. And we'll see if we'll see how damage goes. Hansblatt, how did Seb do? Hold on. How did I do with what? With what? Was a fun Dutch test for you, Seb. I speak it so much better than I read it. God, that clicked way too slow. Heart is stamina, not health. That could be misunderstood. Oh, there's so much that needs to get fixed. But it's a baseline. We just need like we're gonna have monster damage in here. I kind of want to get the Yeti with his big ass hand to just like thonk, to just one hit this guy. Seb with the pin message. Hold on. Where's the pin message? No pin message right now. Sorry, God of War. No pin message. Okay. That's one angry butcher. And he big. The butcher's too big, I think. But let's wham. He took a big hit to his stamina and health there. Is his health recovering? It's not recovering to the right point. Actually, the health and stamina are in the right place. That heart is his actual health, or it wouldn't be recovering. The blue bar is the one that recovers. Okay, here goes. Sorry, blacksmith. Oh, sure. Hold on. Let's try this. Go monster mode. That really tanks the stamina. What's this giant collider? There's a big collider in there that's a problem. He's unconscious. The unconsciousness needs to go way down. Or maybe not. I don't know. You smacked him and he started crying. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, here goes. Wham. Just instantly dead. Instantly dead. The sharp damage is way too high. Sharp damage is huge. And I do think... Is the size of the butcher different on one client than the other? I think it is. He dead. He dead, guys. He dead. Will they have reactive faces like that or not? 100%. Yes. They are definitely going to have reactive faces. I almost need to see, like, it goes to show, like, when you're small, see his mustache lines up at the same place. If I stand like this, look how much bigger, look how much taller the blacksmith, like the butcher, feels relative to the blacksmith from the blacksmith point of view. But if we line up within a like thing in the environment, he's the same size, pretty sure. See, he's given him a kiss. Pretty much the mouth is aligned with the mouth on both of them. So it is the same, but when he stands next to him, the small person feels smaller than the tall person feels tall. Which is interesting. Okay, let's see if I can do this. If I can drop the sword in a way where I can run into it. Because that was a cool behavior. This is annoying. There we go. Alright, so there's lots of tweaking needed. There we go. There's a sword in a pointy position. Let's see if I run into it. Ready? Nah, it didn't hit. It didn't hit. Which is fine by me. Fine by me. We can deal with that later. We don't need that now. Okay, one hit was enough to... Okay, I think the next thing, we could... let's see. Build the damage epic as a staged vertical slice. This is the next thing. So, damage math and vital service. So we don't even have that in yet. Disable self-damage. Let's see if this actually did the phase 1 or not. Damage math and vital service. I think it didn't do any of that yet. Players report self-damage. Okay. What's the next phase of our implementation? Okay. Did you model the 3D assets yourself or use some AI, Blender MCP? I haven't tried Blender MCP yet. I really would like to try that, Super Valley. We need to try that sometime soon. I did use some AI to do the assets, but there's also like a lot of the model that we've done ourselves as well. Like especially, you know, the rigging and the weight painting. And often a lot of geometry cleanup. There's a lot of stuff that happens off screen because it's not interesting to watch for me to just like go here and you know fix holes in geometry and stuff like that. But it happens. It happens. Okay, tuning and hit reliability. Okay. Add extra damage. Showing generated body zones, fist weapon sources, current relative speed, impact score. All right, that's going to be cool. Update damage contact handling to keep the strongest sample contact over the source overload burst instead of applying the first threshold crossing overlap immediately. Tune generated body zone and fist zones, so shapes of different so fist zone shapes, so idle hand movement and normal locomotion produce fewer accidental hits, while Deliberate swings still contact. Update the docks to reflect the new rule that the player self-damage is disabled for avatar-owned fist and weapon sources. Yep. Add the first pass per source tuning values for fists, hand axe, and longsword. So fists are mostly stamina pressure, axe is heavy sharp, and sword is fast and sharp. Add simple tuning constants for debugs. Good. Blocking, durability, treatment, wound inspection, and active ragdoll. Of course, they remain deferred. We're not even looking at that here. Friendly fire stames enabled. Yes. The priority is taking the current damage loop make it feel understandable and tunable. Brilliant. I love that plan. We love that plan. Okay. Was it completed successfully? All right. Let's see what else we have. All right. What's the next step in our plan now that this is implemented? So man, this change is very, very exciting to me. So this is the damage. What was our phase 1? It was core contact and profiles. Core contracts and core damage contracts and profiles. You know what? That can get staged in there. All right. Thank you, Supervelli. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. It's taken a long time to get things to the point where they are, but I've got really good pipelines now. So it's moving quicker and quicker. It's moving quicker and quicker. Seb, how about a monster who can go berserk? Then they activate it, their health starts to diminish, eventually they die, but while it's going, they are invincible and super strong. So the only way to hide from him while he rages, hold on. When they activate it, their health starts to diminish and eventually they die. But while it's going, they are invincible and super strong. Plants, I already kind of thought of that, and we were considering doing that here for this character. Oh, hold on. That's wrong. We're going to F8 that. We're going to F5 this. Check it out. Check it out. I'll show you. This is probably going to be God of War's character. So probably God of War's Berserker Rage mode. So I think when they're in Berserker Rage, they'll just like be low damage. They'll take a lot of potentially like damage over time, but they'll not take a lot of external damage. And so it's like a trade-off where they get extra strength. So it's a really cool idea, Plants. And I definitely agree with you on doing it. I planned it for a character, not necessarily a monster, but I think that's, yeah. God of War, exactly. Hello, Mike. How are you doing? So I think God of War's character might have the suggestion that you're making there, Plants, already. We might already be doing something like that. So yeah, this Berserker Rage mode. I like that I get Berserker mode. Yep. That's the plan because it fits with the barbarian theme, you know? It really works for a barbarian to be a Berserker. Oh, is it? I didn't even know that. Fits him well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I probably should have. I mean, where's the actual error? Did I get rid of it just now? Yeah, there's still errors in the console, and maybe I should fix those before moving, but... Okay, this is going to be our next slice. Okay. Let's go, and now that that's run, we can go here, and right here we should be able to close this, test our new system. Does this does this character shout "you rat"? I'm guessing that's a Ali thing. Ali might get a character that is a giant rat as a monster, by the way, like a were rat. If she swings by the stream sometime, we might design that for her. Could be very cool to have that happen. But yes, that's very plausible, very possible. Okay, so there's some validation stuff. Where's the last thing that was a real actual run? Not that one. I mean, this one was good. Okay, now we've got our library. Okay, rather than a use button, the whole panel okay. Yeah, let's have a think. I mean, maybe this is just okay. Yeah, no, I want this different. So what we want there is... rather than a use button and a run button, clicking the entire panel should bring up the equivalent of what the use button has right now. Let's just test this and see how this actually lays out. Okay, it's using grid. It shouldn't be possible to save the same run twice. Once a run is saved, its save button should be grayed out. Okay. Put in a plan for that. Okay. Okay, maybe it's just a streamer thing. What did we miss? Yeah, when Kratos uses Spartan Rage, he takes health damage. It goes from his rage bar. Okay, I didn't realize. I thought it was a Bert thing. Maybe it's just a streamer thing. Don't blame Seb. It's getting late for him. What do you mean? Don't blame me for what, God of War? No, it's not getting late for him. It's getting early. 3 a.m. reminder. Yes, indeed. We just swung by 3 a.m. I think we're going to be, I think this next slice of damage will be really, really, really cool to see. I want to see that one come through, and then we can start to tweak stuff. Probably starting the next stream. We'll be in a really good spot to start the next phase of damage type stuff. Time to sleep, by the way, soon. Very soon, guys. I think you can all probably see me getting tired. Let's have a look at this. Make the library entries behave like reusable configurations. Clicking the library card opens up the pre-filled new run model that use currently opens, and the save source runs cannot be saved to the same library again. In the library drawer, remove the use and run buttons for each card. Use the main body of the library to be, clickable card, keep rename and delete icons. Card level actions, remove the render only direct one button from the drawer, yes. Build a saved run lookup using source ID. Disable the row save icon when the library already exists. Okay, that's yes. Yep, cool. Soon or otherwise never. I don't think you feel tired. I thought Fast was a vampire, but I may think you've made her a vampire. Well, because I never sleep. Okay. It's trucking along, guys. It's trucking along. It's doing it. Stage that stuff. I really want to see. Where is it? Where's this one up to? Okay, it's not happy about our mixed. All of that should be fine. I mean, your changes should be mostly within the Hunyan folder anyway. I mean, let's not even say that. So use Workflow Lab to calibrate the controls. Then that's what we do. Okay. Nice. Keep moving. We keep it a-moving. Are you an eternal unsleeping deity? I'm convinced of it. Gamosaurus. It's kind of you to say those kind of things. I don't know about that, but I do get a lot done. That's right. You better rock that Team Liquid hoodie. Hell yeah, we're doing that, Bella. Hell yeah. Bella, we're getting damage in the game. You can kill people now. You can kill people, man. You can hit them with things, and then they get knocked out, and then also they can die. Can you believe it? So that's pretty cool. Nice. Yep. Oh man, you know what we haven't been doing that we should have been doing this entire time is getting freaking is getting the getting new shots done for our cinematic. I need to lock in and make progress on that cinematic, guys. I don't know when we do that because we've kind of side quested with this whole the runner. The runner is an important thing to get done. How's that damage coming? Okay, we tweaking some dams. We're improving some documentation. Oh yeah, that's relevant. That is relevant. That is actually related to the last slice. Okay. That was just missed. That's not even related to it. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, and then this other stuff. It's exciting. It's exciting. And I understand why now, actually. Why that sword was so lethal. Why the sword would one hit, because we don't have the repeated damage thing in. I'm amazed at how far this game has come. Bella, I appreciate you saying that. I still feel like it's not fast enough. If we're going to meet this timeline, guys, we need to go faster. We need to go faster. I've made new tools that are going to accelerate us, Bella, which is pretty cool. I'm excited about that, but okay. All looking good. Do it. Excellent. Let's see it. Let's see it happen. I can't wait. We want this. We want this, guys. October is so far out and yet so close at the same time. It's not even October I'm worried about. Like May. Dude, it's May 6th. We have 20 days to do everything that we need in order to get a, like May 15, it needs to actually, like 10 days. We have 10 days from now to get all of the stuff that we need done into the game. You're going to sleep, Snolzy? Good night, man. Sleep well. Good night, dude. I hope you have a really restful night. I hope you get a lot of sleep. But yeah, like it's coming up quick, guys. 10 days to have it, like all the different parts of the game in is a lot. It's a lot. You're going to have a booth, maybe. Maybe I'll have the game as a booth at PAX. I don't know yet, but potentially. If it makes you feel better, I don't want a vertical slice. I don't know what a vertical slice is. So you could just tell me you did it and I'd believe you. Okay, so I'm going to explain. Imagine there's a cake. Imagine there's a cake Gamosaurus Rex, and it's got layers, right? It's got it's a rainbow cake. It's got strawberry, and it's got a green one. It's got a yellow one. There's a good chocolate one down the bottom or whatever. If you wanted to taste all of the flavors in the cake, you don't have to eat all the cake. You can just eat a slice of the cake. It's a little bit, right? But it shows you all the flavors in the cake. Each of those flavors is a different feature in the game, if that makes sense. So if a vertical slice is like a system that goes through that exhibits all the different parts of the game in some small proof of concept type form, right? So it gives you small like little examples of what the game, all the different parts of the game can be. We'll be going when my visa is approved. Yo, Game of Swords, does that mean you're gonna come to the PAX booth and play the multiplayer game? That would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. I mean, that's one thing I could do with all the computers at Actuator is set them up and play Not Monsters. Wouldn't that be cool? We basically have to set up a freaking LAN at PAX. Can you imagine if we had a LAN at PAX? That'd be sick. That'd be pretty sick. Oh, if only... well, Fass is going to have a good meal? Hold on, what do you mean? Fass is going to have a good meal. Why is Fass going to have a good meal? I will be honored, Seb. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to get a PAX booth, but I don't know. 195. Oh, yeah. We turned this into a different counter right now, Sergius. It doesn't count swear jars. It counts the times I say AI. So that's what it's counting now. If there's a booth for PAX, I'll be there. Yeah, that would be so cool. Those booths are hard work. Really, really, really hard work. 3 days of like being on your feet, actively talking to people. I feel like having a community of people around you to help with it would actually make a huge difference. Make a huge difference. You're going to be missing it this year? 2027, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Would love to try and align that with PAX. That might end up being the year we actually do it. Maybe I can get it done before PAX, but turns out I'll need a whole other year to do it. I definitely hope not. But who knows? Who knows what the game's going to take to work? Not me. It's an AI jar. It literally is. It literally is that. Yes. I need to theme it better. I need to be able to theme this thing better. Okay, let's see. How's this progressing? Okay, we're tuning values for items. We're doing documentation. We've got our damage debug runtime. Pretty cool. And I can see we're going to have UI elements with colors and labels. What calls set enabled? What's calling you? Nothing yet. Probably something in here. Okay. And then this one's going to be really good. So this is the system that prevents multiple damages for one hit. That said, I'd go to PAX the last 3 years in a row. You've been 3 years in a row. Okay, yeah. Well, if you can make it, that's cool. So I know we've got shops and stuff planned already. But what about player houses? I know playing gambling with friends, I'm wishing I could customize my house. Jason, yes, we will have player houses. And you actually just gave me a sick idea. What if, Jason, what if we did this? What if, so every different character has a spawn home, right? So if the lobby fills up with a blacksmith and I'm playing a blacksmith, I'll spawn in the blacksmith house, right? What if you can decorate your blacksmith house and it comes with you into games? So you make your blacksmith house, and then it comes with you, and the house is completely different from player to player. Wouldn't that be cool? What do we think? Is that not the biggest scope creep that we've ever heard of in the entire freaking Yeah. I don't know what MTX is, but you could decorate your home. You could decorate your home and make the home look like your home. Katie stealing that idea. We'd have to make sure it's just decorations and not function based, though. Yeah. Well, but what if it was function based? What if it was function based and your contribution to the game, like the economy of the game, could be like leveling up your character would be like leveling up your home, because if you had like a better forge, you could do better forging, and someone could block a door and break stuff. Oh, microtransactions. If it was cosmetics only, then I think the line I'm drawing is cosmetic microtransactions, but that could be a thing too. That could be a thing, DJ, and that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Approved? Well, yeah, that was a really good thought, Jason. Put us on a particular direction. It's an idea. We can, we need to, just big question mark, and then we'll big it so we don't forget it. Okay. That's done. Should I be crossing these out to make that just to be feeling satisfied? I feel like I've missed a lot of these, but held items done. Multiplayer done. That does still need to happen. Ideas. These also actually done. Look at all the things we've done, guys. Also done. Bring to back. Bring to front. Look at all the stuff that we wrote down that we already did. Isn't this satisfying? Isn't this the most satisfying feeling? That's the same one. There's still a lot to do. Ooh, more done. We still have more here. We have weapon, like two-handed weapons. Okay, as someone who doesn't like games where I need to play as a job, I just want to be at a disadvantage because someone's been grinding, but it's your game, you do you. No, I think I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, Jason. It's not supposed to be that kind of game, so probably not. We probably won't do it. But it's an idea. It's like food for thought. Cosmetically, though, cosmetics to deck your house out could be a really smart idea. What do you think of that, though, Jason? If the house just looks super swag, if it looks fucking awesome, and you can deck out the inside and the outside of the house, what do you think? That could work. What if we make them like primitive Leonardo da Vinci style cameras and play into the birds aren't real? Hold on, make what cameras? When it comes to birds, what are you doing with them? Oh, Gamosaurus, we're just like gonna have those. We're gonna have animals flying around the environment. So like, if a world feels really alive and full, if you look at the horizon and instead of it just being like, clouds or whatever, you have little like animals like flying around. So it'll be just like, essentially there'll be particle effects that sit up in the sky off at a distance. How are you making sound effects? I think we're probably going to generate them. Gamosaurus. Have some flying emus. Yep. Can't your smart bot make those for you? Yeah. I think it will do that. Two-handed weapons. We want slashing. We've already got hacking, and then we also need hacking, punch, slashing. We need bashing. Slashing and bashing. All right, those are not done. Punching is done. Pick up items is done. That's done. Oh no, the lanterns aren't. Pick up items are. So still more. Okay. Loading screen. Yeah, this idea. Glowing eyes for monsters. There's still lots of ideas here that need consideration and implementation. So yeah, lots of ideas that aren't on to-dos. These are all, I think all of these are maybes and a lot of them are musts. But okay, let's have a quick look in here. That's great. Where's our... They're still cooking? Still cooking. Okay, holy crap. Are we all ready to see the damage? The damage system in play? The debugging system and the tweaked damage values. That's what we're going to be looking at here. Can drag it out, but it would be the wrong region. Hold on. The flying emus, you mean? I somehow don't think... I'm probably not going to do it with all the things we need to do. I'm probably not going to go around to flying emus, but who knows? I don't think so, though. I don't think so. All right. Actually, that's too big a lobby. We're going to do that. That can matchmake. Okay, here goes. Oh. I don't know, Harry. It's a hard one. That affected his stamina. All right, where's our debug? We need to see what turns that on. Okay, damage phase, tuning and reliability phase. Contact burst sampling. We updated the sample to per source. Excellent. So, we need to move that button away from F8 as Godot uses that to end the current session. Okay, we need a task for the matchmaking harness. That has to go at the top of our to-do list. So adapt matchmaking harness to editor tool. think that can go. Okay, hold on. Where are we? Where's our backlog? Yeah. So, okay. Alt Shift plus F5. Okay. If you had to describe yourself in 3 words, what would they be? Harry, that's a hard one. I might be too tired for that one. Can I turn the question back on you, Harry? What would you use to describe me? Coder, gamer, creator. Those are good ones. Those are good ones, Dragihan. Passionate, happy, nocturnal. Those are good. Those are good. I was actually using GPT to generate live accurate birds. It's scary what it can do. When you say live accurate birds, like in real life birds that look accurate, because yeah, it's scary what it can do for sure. For sure, it knows these things very well. See you, Mike. Thanks for tuning in. Golden Retriever, like, definitely have been told I have Golden Retriever energy. Why am I not using the harness? Because there's not a shortcut for it. That's why. Ooh, crazy monster. But he's going to have good punching, so there's that. If I chuck in a large enough description, it looks like a photo of the species. Yeah. It's... and it might even know just what the species name is. Oh my god. I know Cray was supposed to be a short king, but that is too short. I'm calling it. That's too short. He's too short there. The difference in character style. Okay. He's also just doesn't even have the reach. The damage is now much better. Let's see, F9. And I'm actually seeing the impact. He's crying as he gets punched. And the damage values, I gotta say, they're a lot more tuned. You know what? I shouldn't have full screened that. We know we really need better puffs of feedback. That'll be a fun thing to tune. Damage impact effects. Oh, he's going strong on health. Oh, actually, I forget that I can do this. Is that actually hitting? I believe it's not. Why not? Can he not reach because of the length of his collider? Alright, we need to look more closely at what these colliders are actually doing. There's leg colliders, there's a torso collider, and there's arm colliders. Okay, I think I'm understanding, yeah. The Capsule Collider might just be getting in the way of those, honestly. And a Head Collider. Where is the Head Collider? So we do have a little bit of damage coming through. We can see his health going down now. And we can see his stamina going down. We need better feedback for the hits. I can see now that's absolutely critical. And then we're going to need, we're going to need physics where the colliders sit around the parts of the body. Killing a person's really, really hard, guys. But I think that's fine because we're eventually going to be setting it up so that you drag the body to a particular place. And I think murder's going to be fun too with this. And he's dead. And he's dead. No more regenerating stamina. All the damage done. Okay, it might be that the... Okay. That's a good start. Maybe some tweaking is necessary here before we continue, potentially. What's the next phase? What's the next phase? That's the next step here. I mean, yeah, look, this kind of needs to happen anyway. I don't think the tweaks in the previous phases are going to be are going to affect it. Let's move on with the next phase. Dragging the body to a particular place. Please tell me not in the river in multiple garbage bags. Jacob, only if you're the monster, you might drag the body to hide the body. So like that'll be a thing. The monster might drag the body to hide it. And so the ghost might be doing things to try and lead people to the corpse. Which is like haunting people to get them to help find the body. So that's going to be a thing. But yeah, that should be really fun. All right, next phase we're going to start tomorrow, I think. I'm going to raid out. Let's do it. Really good progress today. Actually starting to get damage in. Why is fifth? You guys like it when I read Fifth Function, don't you? This guy's just crazy. He's so weird. And his stuff is awesome. Is he actually in? He's there. Hold on. He's in. Where's his audio? Surely you guys would be keen to see him do his weird thing, right? I am finishing before 4 a.m. Yes. What do you think? Should we check his stuff out? His stuff's really, interesting. His stuff is super interesting. And he's got one. He's only one. There's only one viewer. This is criminal. It's criminal. The fact that he's doing that. Oh, man. I'm not cool with this. I think we do owe Jackie one more raid. We can get him close to 50. Hold on. 10 more minutes, you mean? It takes about 10 damn minutes to do a raid. Is she just playing a game? All right, she's doing market research, I guess. How long she been on? How long she been on? Has she been live 11 hours? What the actual F? Oh, and there's also Tolga. Oh, and he's live with Townie. Nah, this is happening. We're doing Tolga and Townie. These guys are going to play our game, so we're going to raid them. I haven't even played this yet, but it looks so fun. What's with the big black thing on the left side? What on earth? Okay, that was a fun stream. We got lots done, guys. Pretty huge and fun. Really enjoyed it. Tomorrow we continue on actual damage. So it'll be networking next, and then eventually we're going to get to... I mean, we've got so much to do. We've got so much to do. But it's going to be a good stream tomorrow. This was a really good stream as well. Thank you, everyone. Great that we made that amazing progress on our integrations with the tooling too. Really, really, really cool. So, fantastic stream. See you guys tomorrow. I'm out. I'm going to have a good rest. Thank you, everyone, for the new follows and stuff like that. Was good. All right, I'm out. Bye, guys.